Chapter 1423. Gu Yanran was flabbergasted. Her hand clenched into a fist and she couldn't hide her surprise. How do you know about the quantum communicator? You even know where it is? At the Angel in the World Foundation. Gu Nianji interrupted Gu Yanran and continued where she had left off. You've really been in prison for so long that you don't even know the years. Hu Xiaoheng turned around and said calmly, you can't go online here. Other than an hour of reading newspapers and watching television every day, there's no other chance to interact with the outside world. No wonder. Gu Nianji's expression softened. She looked at Gu Yanran and enunciated each word. I'm afraid you still don't know that I'm in a lawsuit with the Angel in the World Foundation in Japan to recover your illegally donated property. I just won the lawsuit and their foundation went bankrupt. I'll take over everything. What? Gu Yanran screamed and stood up with her hands on the table. You even want to take back the things you donated to a charity. Gu Nianji, do you have to be so ruthless? I'm ruthless. Gu Nianji sneered and turned her head. Angel in the World is a foundation that uses the guise of a charity to do all kinds of evil things. Even if I put a penny more there, I'll be helping the wicked. Gu Yanran, oh, no, Kasahara Naoko, don't worry about how I spend my own money. Only then did Gu Yanran realize that she had indeed failed miserably. Not only had the rest of the Gu family's assets been taken by the woman in front of her, but even the assets she had transferred had been recovered by her. Was there anything in this world that she couldn't do? Gu Yanran's face was ashen as she sat down dejectedly. Her face was wooden, and she looked even more dispirited than when Gu Nianji had beaten her up in the dark. Hu Xiaoheng gestured for Gu Nianji not to speak. They waited quietly for a few minutes until Gu Yanran's psychological defenses were about to collapse. Gu Nianji then asked, how did you receive the message from the quantum communicator? How many quantum communicators are there at home? The corners of Gu Yanran's mouth twitched, and her eyes rolled dully. She said, only one. It was received with a phone. That thing is already in your hands. Haven't you used it? Gu Nianji shook her head. That quantum communicator is broken. I can't use it at all. It's still bad. Gu Yanran was taken aback. I don't think so. Haven't they fixed it yet? What do you mean by still? Could it have been broken a long time ago? Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. What exactly is going on? Gu Yanran looked down, panic and viciousness flashing across her eyes. She stammered, It's just that after it received news about Gu Xiangwen 7 years ago, it somehow broke down. I gave it to the foundation in the hope that they could find a skilled craftsman to fix it. Gu Nianji face-bombed speechlessly. After a while, she said, do you think the quantum communicator is a clock? Find a skilled craftsman to repair it. Why don't you ask Liu Ban to build an aircraft carrier out of wood? Do ordinary skilled craftsmen know what a quantum communicator is? Gu Yanran bit her lip and kept her head down. I don't know. They have a lot of capable people anyway. Gu Nianji chuckled. It was clearly those people who stole and snatched other people's things, and now it was they who had a lot of capable people. Indeed, there were a lot of capable people who were thick-skinned and ruthless. Hu Xiaoheng could tell that Gu Yanran was still not telling the truth. He remained calm and changed the topic. What about the staff on the submarine? Why didn't I see any of them? This question was easy to answer. Gu Yanran secretly sighed in her heart and quickly said, don't you have that submarine? If you go up and take a look yourself, you'll know that the design of the submarine is very advanced and exquisite. Back then, my father, Gu Xiangwen, designed a very automated submarine control system. That way, only 2 people could operate the entire submarine, so there were no other staff. Gu Nianji's thoughts couldn't help but drift to the holographic virtual figure, and she understood. Gu Yanran actually didn't know much about submarines and computers. What she said was only relaying Gu Xiangwen's original intention to design the submarine. However, Gu Nianji was different. Her computer skills were very high. As soon as she heard Gu Xiangwen's design concept, she immediately understood. The so-called highly automated submarine control system actually relied mainly on AI, or artificial intelligence, to achieve it. The operating system on the submarine should be operated by artificial intelligence according to a set program. In other words, there were no other staff on the submarine from beginning to end, only Gu Xiangwen and his wife. Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. She really didn't want anyone else to die because of the Gu family. Do you believe me? Can you let me out now? Gu Yanran said everything she could. Seeing that Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng's expressions were relaxed, she quickly asked anxiously, I've recovered all your assets, and I haven't done anything evil. I don't know what that foundation is like either. I'm just doing charity. Besides, I'm not a Huaxia citizen to begin with. You're breaking international law by locking me up here. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. Gu Yanran, I advise you to be mute if you don't know how to speak. Do you know what international law is? You're a despicable person who takes over other people's property, and you still want to talk about international law. You really don't know your place. Gu Yanran felt as if someone had smashed her face with a hammer. Her expression suddenly changed, and she giggled. Pointing at Gu Nianji, she said, a dove taking over a magpie's nest. Ha 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 ha, well said. I want to see what will happen to you. Go ahead and jump. The higher you climb, the harder you fall. Gu Nianji couldn't be bothered with her curses. She brushed her hair impatiently and said, all right, wait for us to leave before you curse me. I want to ask the third question now. I'm sorry, I don't want to say anything. If you still want to force me, then I can only continue making up stories. Hu Xiaoheng stood beside Gu Nianji without saying a word. He didn't care about her at all, and he didn't mention letting her go. Gu Yanran finally understood that she had been tricked by Hu Xiaoheng just now. She was angry and anxious, and she leaned back in her chair like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. She ignored Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng. Gu Nianji changed the angle to ask questions again, but Gu Yanran simply closed her eyes. The corner of her mouth had a hint of disdain, and it made Gu Nianji want to hit her. There would be no results if she continued asking. Hu Xiaoheng coughed lightly. He actually had a way to force Gu Yanran to continue talking, but just like Gu Yanran said, if she made up stories, would they believe it or not? Because it was different from other situations, almost all the things Gu Yanran said about Gu Xiangwen were known to only her, and many of them couldn't be verified or were very troublesome to verify. Therefore, he had been using the carrot of confessing and leniency to dangle Gu Yanran, hoping that one day she couldn't hold it in anymore and would confess everything. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he wouldn't let Gu Yanran experience what it meant to be a living hell. Hu Xiaoheng took Gu Nianji's hand. All right, let's go. Don't bother with people like this, and don't come to places like this in the future. Gu Nianji nodded obediently. All right. Then let's go back. The two of them walked out in front of Gu Yanran, hand in hand. Gu Yanran happened to look up and saw the back of the couple in front of her. She was jealous and envious, and her nose turned sour. She threw herself on the conference table and started sobbing. She had nothing, she used to have everything, and her wealth was comparable to that of a country. Not only was everyone in Barbados revered, but even in Europe and the United States, she was a guest of honor in many upper-class families, but now she was overcome with sorrow and cried uncontrollably. After crying so hard for a while, her tears had almost dried up. She looked up from the conference table. There were no more tears, and a sinister smile hung on her lips. However, although she had nothing, some people shouldn't be too happy too early. At that moment, the door of the room was pushed open again, and a female prison guard said to her, "Number 38, return to the cell." Gu Yanran stood up, and a trace of forbearance and resentment flashed in her eyes. Gu Nianji followed Hua Xiaoheng back to his official residence from the secret base where Gu Yanran was being held. She didn't get the information she wanted to ask, and her mood was ruined by Gu Yanran. She returned to her room and lay on the sofa gloomily, staring at the scenery outside the floor-to-ceiling window in a daze. It was early summer, and outside the window, there was a huge phoenix tree. The pavilion was like a canopy, and it was in full swing. She tilted her head to look at it for a while and saw that there seemed to be a small bird's nest near the top of the tree. Her heart skipped a beat, and she got up from the sofa, walked to the window, opened the floor-to-ceiling window, and walked out. There was a small balcony outside her room. The beautiful purple and red phoenix wood stretched out its branches, covering half of the balcony. Gu Nianji gently caressed the phoenix tree's brilliant flowers. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the dense canopy that was like a red cloud. The phoenix tree should be a tree that grew in the tropics. The phoenix tree in the imperial capital was already an improved species. She looked at the small palm in the middle of the phoenix tree. It was like a palm, and she couldn't help climbing up the balcony railing. She grabbed the branch and climbed up. Hua Xiaoheng took care of business in his study for a while and only came out when it was lunchtime. Although he was on vacation, a person in his position couldn't really ignore his work for 30 days. Therefore, he would check his email whenever he had time. He pushed open Gu Nianji's door, but saw that there was no one in the room. The floor-to-ceiling window was open, and the gauze-like curtains hung on one side. The breeze blew gently, and the white gauze swayed gently in the wind. There was a thin blanket on the sofa, as if someone had slept there just now. Hua Xiaoheng's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. He felt inexplicably nervous. "Nianji." He called out, but no one answered him. He quickly walked around Gu Nianji's suite. He looked through the bedroom, bathroom, study, and even her storage room and cloakroom, but there was no sign of her. Although he knew that nothing could have happened to Gu Nianji at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces, Hua Xiaoheng still frowned. He thought of the half-open floor-to-ceiling window in the living room and quickly went out of the bedroom to the living room. He walked past the floor-to-ceiling window and stood on the balcony. He called out again. "Nianji." A chuckle came from the middle of the enchanting red phoenix tree in front of him. Hua Xiaoheng took a closer look. It turned out that Gu Nianji was dressed in white and hugging her knees. She was sitting on a branch in the middle of the fiery red phoenix tree and smiling mischievously at him. This is the first update of the day, Chapter 14:12, The Dove Occupies the Magpie's Nest. There are 2 updates today. A reminder for everyone's monthly votes and recommendation votes at 8 p.m., the second update. P.S. Thank you to so many moms and little Chi Zhou for the 10,000 Chidian coins each this morning. Mwah. Chapter 14:24. Amidst the fiery red phoenix wood, the fairy-like white-clothed girl smiled faintly, her gaze filled with affection. The June afternoon sun was scorching hot, but it couldn't compare to this scene that made people yearn for it and made their blood boil. Hua Xiaoheng's heart skipped a few beats. He narrowed his dark eyes and smiled. "What are you doing sitting here?" Gu Nianji looked up and pointed at a bird's nest diagonally above her. "I'm protecting this bird's nest and not letting the doves take it." "A dove occupying a magpie's nest?" Hua Xiaoheng laughed involuntarily. "This nest is a magpie's nest." "Yes, there are 2 little magpies that have lived here for a long time. Don't you know?" Gu Nianji raised her chin at him. "Come and see if you don't believe me." Hua Xiaoheng put one hand on the railing of the balcony and jumped onto the phoenix wood, landing right beside Gu Nianji. The thick phoenix wood was hard and sturdy. It could bear the weight of 2 people without any pressure. Both of them stood up. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at the bird's nest. Gu Nianji stood beside him and wrapped her arms around his waist. She rubbed her head against his chest and said, "I really like this place. It's cool and the air is fresh. I plan to stay here and play." Hua Xiaoheng rubbed her head helplessly. "You said to stay in the tree." "Yeah, it's fun here. I've been sitting here alone for over an hour and I'm still not sick of it." Gu Nianji smiled as she took out her phone and waved it. "I have a phone, so I won't be lonely anywhere." Hua Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You can play on your phone anywhere. Why do you have to play on a tree?" Gu Nianji's big, lively eyes suddenly flashed, and she said seriously, "Because the signal in the tree is strong." It sounded so reasonable that he was momentarily speechless. "Let's go eat. Aren't you hungry?" Hua Xiaoheng hugged Gu Nianji's shoulders. "We'll play after lunch and sleep." Gu Nianji was indeed a little hungry, so she nodded. "Okay, what are we eating today?" She and Hua Xiaoheng jumped down from the tree to the balcony and went to the bathroom to wash their hands and change before going down to eat. Before she came down, Hua Xiaoheng called Yin Shixiang. "Hua Xiao, what's up?" Since Hua Xiaoheng was on leave, the 2 deputy chiefs of the Special Operations Forces were Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze. These 2 were also his personal secretaries. Hua Xiaoheng stood at the entrance of the official residence with his Bluetooth headset on. He looked at the huge phoenix tree in front of Gu Nianji's window and estimated the size of the branch that Gu Nianji had been on earlier. He said to Yin Shixiang, "Prepare a few cubic meters of wood for me, as well as glue, nails, and heat insulation." "Is he going to build a house?" Hua Xiaoheng smiled. "Build a treehouse for Nianji." "Yes, on the phoenix wood outside her room." "Yes, Chief." "I'll go prepare the materials immediately." Hua Xiaoheng continued, "Nianji will nap for 2 to 3 hours after lunch. If we work together, 3 hours should be enough to build a treehouse." The treehouse he envisioned was not big, about 4 square meters. It would be fine as long as she could sit or lie down in it. In the office building of the Special Operations Forces headquarters, Yin Shixiang put down the phone and couldn't close his mouth for a long time. Zhao Liangze sat in front of the computer and studied the computer system on Gu Xiangwen's submarine. He looked up and saw Yin Shixiang swaying to his computer desk. He rolled his eyes at him. "Big Xiong, we haven't seen each other for a few months. Why are you getting more and more demented?" "You're the one getting more and more demented." Yin Shixiang placed his hands on his desk and said as if he was dreaming, "Little Zay, Major General Huo called me just now. Do you know what he wants me to do?" "What can you do?" Zhao Liangze scoffed and picked up his glass of water to drink. He said, "Be a cow or a horse. Or a chicken or a duck. You're the one who's going to be a cow or a horse, a chicken or a duck." Yin Shixiang patted Zhao Liangze's head and said, "Major General Hua asked me to find wood, glue, nails, and heat insulation to build a treehouse for Nianji." Pfft. Zhao Liangze spat out a mouthful of water on the screen. "What did you say?" "I said, Major General Hua wants to build a treehouse for Nianji. TSK, he's spoiling her like a daughter." Yin Shixiang put his hands behind his back and paced around the office. He said with a frown, "Major General Hua has set the bar too high. How are we supposed to live?" Zhao Liangze glanced at him and said, "You can be like me. If you don't find a girlfriend, you won't have any pressure." Pfft. I'm already engaged. I'm going to get married next year. I won't lower myself to your level." Yin Shixiang turned around and sat on Zhao Liangze's computer desk. He propped his long legs on the ground and said, "But then again, Major General Hua is much more attentive to Nianji than before. I thought I wouldn't be able to wait for this day in my life. Tisk. Zhao Liangzi rolled his eyes in disdain. You only found out today. Did you forget what Major General Hua did during Mr. and Mrs. Gu's May 7th? Yin Shixiang suddenly remembered and patted his head with a chuckle. I did have a pig's brain. I was the one who arranged those things. He counted with his fingers. First, I went to the newspaper office and asked them to publish the article on May 7th. Then, I informed some schools and social groups in advance and asked them to go to the National Martyrs Cemetery to visit Mr. and Mrs. Gu's graves on that day so that Nianji could see it with her own eyes. What a painstaking effort. How could there be so many coincidences? It was all planned for a long time. Zhao Liangzi looked at the computer screen and smiled. Yes, as long as she's happy, what's the big deal? If I would do the same. It was just that he didn't understand at the time. Yin Shixiang rubbed his hands. I'm going to build a treehouse in a while. Do you want to go with me? Let's learn. When I build a treehouse for my son and daughter in the future, it'll be a piece of cake. Zhao Liangzi scoffed. Does Chi-Chi know you're in such a hurry? Hee, of course she knows. Yin Shixiang beamed at the mention of Ma Chi-Chi. Let's go. When the treehouse is built, I can bring Chi-Chi over to play with Nianji. The two of them tidied up the office, locked the door, and went to find the materials for Hua Xiaoheng. Half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence with the wood, glue, iron nails, and heat insulation that Hua Xiaoheng had ordered. After putting the things outside, the two of them walked in. Gu Nianji had already finished lunch and had gone up to take a nap. Because Hua Xiaoheng wanted to build a treehouse for her while she was sleeping, he found an excuse to let her sleep in his suite. Their suites were directly across from each other, so Gu Nianji couldn't hear Hua Xiaoheng's suite while the house was being built. Major General Hua, everything's here. Yin Shixiang asked excitedly, are we going now? Hua Xiaoheng nodded. The things are outside. Let's do it now. The three of them changed into one-piece engineer uniforms, put on gloves, and held tools. They went to the phoenix tree under Gu Nianji's suite. Zhao Liangzi had someone bring a ladder over and said, I'll go up and measure the exact size. Then, I'll build it down and lift it up as a whole. Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang stood up the wood and heat insulation and began to assemble it. Yin Shixiang had bought professional materials from the General Assembly Department. Not only was it insulated, but it was also fireproof and waterproof. It was strong and durable. The size was just right. Just like building blocks, the three of them busied themselves for nearly 2 hours and finally built a simple and imposing treehouse. Yin Shixiang took a pulley and passed it through the branches of the phoenix tree. Then, he hung it on the roof of the treehouse. Zhao Liangzi exerted force on the other side of the pulley and lifted the entire log treehouse up. When the treehouse was placed in the gap between the palm-shaped branches in the middle of the phoenix tree, the size was just right. It was placed at the center of gravity and was perfectly balanced. However, in order to strengthen the treehouse, Hua Xiaoheng nailed many wooden strips between the branches and firmly fixed the entire treehouse in the gaps between the branches. He used a movable panel on the roof of the treehouse. When the weather was good, the two movable panels on the roof could be pushed to both sides. Through the tempered glass installed, one could clearly see the fiery red flowers above their heads and the blue sky between the gaps of the flowers and leaves. There was also a rope ladder hanging in front of the treehouse. If one didn't want to go down from the balcony, one could also go down from the rope ladder. Gu Nianji happened to have a very deep nap this time. It was almost 4:00 in the afternoon when she woke up. The thick curtains in Hua Xiaoheng's suite were drawn, and the soundproofing was very good. The central air conditioning was moderate, so she slept soundly as soon as she fell asleep. Now that she was awake, she looked at her watch and realized that she had slept for a long time. She lifted the blanket and got up, then returned to her room opposite. As soon as she entered, she found that the floor-to-ceiling windows were wide open, and the sun shone in through the windows. The room was hotter than Hu Xiaohing sighed. She walked over to close the floor-to-ceiling windows. At that moment, the phoenix tree outside the balcony that she was familiar with suddenly looked a little different. She couldn't tell what was different, so on a whim, she walked out of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Standing on the balcony, she saw at a glance that between the branches of the phoenix tree, there was a small log house where she had stayed in the morning to look at the bird's nest and play with her phone. It was a fairy tale-like tree house. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1413, Guarding the Magpie's Nest. There were 2 updates today, to remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1425. It was actually a tree house. It must have been Major General Hua who did it for her. Gu Nianji was pleasantly surprised. She immediately turned around and rushed back to her room. She picked up her phone and dialed Hu Xiaohing's number. Major General Hua. Where are you? Hu Xiaohing was sitting in the dining room downstairs drinking tea. There was a laptop in front of him, and he was checking his email. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangze had just left. They had packed their things and had agreed to come over for dinner that night. It was Hu Xiaohing's treat to thank them for their help today. The grass under the phoenix tree was clean and not as messy as it had been earlier. Hearing Gu Nianji's ringtone, he picked up his phone and answered it. I'm downstairs. Are you awake? Gu Nianji nodded repeatedly and said happily, I saw the tree. The house is here. Did you do it for me? Hu Xiaohing suddenly wanted to joke. He held his phone and said seriously. It wasn't me. Gu Nianji, the phoenix tree grew on its own, Hu Xiaohing said calmly. Gu Nianji was so amused by him that she almost fainted. You're so annoying. Of course, when girls said, you're so annoying, they didn't mean it. If they really hated you, they wouldn't have said it. They would have just avoided you and wished they had never known you. Hu Xiaohing laughed, hung up the phone, and continued with his work. Gu Nianji happily stretched out her arms and circled the room a few times. Then, she was busy moving things like a bee. There was nothing in the treehouse, so she still needed to decorate it. She picked out a yoga mat of about the same size from the closet and laid it on the bottom. Then, she laid a thick blanket on top. She then found a dark blue navy-style bed sheet and a large pillow with a pillow cover of the same color. She placed them in the treehouse together. The roof of the treehouse was triangular, and in the middle hung a simple solar-powered LED flower bud lamp. When it was lit up, the lamp was like an upside-down magnolia bud, sprinkling silver light throughout the room. Then, she hung a small round mosquito net in the treehouse, tightly wrapping the entire space inside the treehouse. Gu Nianji moved a folding lazy table into the treehouse. This way, she could move the laptop over and put it on top. Or, he could invite a good friend over and have afternoon tea at this lazy table. The tree house was connected to Gu Nianji's balcony by a ropeway. They swayed as they walked on it. It felt like they were being blown by the mountain wind when they were rock climbing. Gu Nianji walked up and down the ropeway many times. Finally, when it was dark, she finished decorating the entire treehouse. She stood on the footboard in front of the treehouse and looked at the 2 little magpies that had just returned to their nests above her head. She smiled and bowed. We will be neighbors from now on. Please take care of me. The little magpies seemed to know that she wouldn't hurt them, or maybe they were used to people here, so they didn't fly away immediately. He only poked his head out of the nest, looked at her curiously for a few moments, and then retracted his head. Gu Nianji went back to the treehouse with satisfaction and sat in front of the door. Her long, slender legs dangled in the air, and she was in such a good mood that she wanted to whistle. Hua Xiaoheng stared at the computer until the sky turned dark. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi came over for dinner after work. He asked casually, "Hua Xiao, where's Nianji?" "Still sleeping." Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch. It was already time for dinner. It was almost time for dinner, but Gu Nianji hadn't come down yet. He said to Yin Shixiang, "Nianji is still upstairs. Tell her to come down." Yin Shixiang couldn't just run upstairs, so he used the restaurant's internal phone and dialed it. He handed it to Hua Xiaoheng and said, "What you say is the most effective." Seeing that Hua Xiaoheng was typing quickly, Yin Shixiang casually pressed the speakerphone. Hua Xiaoheng said into the phone, "Nianji, come down for dinner." Gu Nianji answered the phone in the treehouse. Seeing that the number was the restaurant's internal phone, she thought it was only Hua Xiaoheng. Because she and Hua Xiaoheng had been eating alone at night for the past few days. She rolled around the treehouse and lay on it with her legs crossed. I fell down in the treehouse. I need Hua Xiao to kiss me and hug me before I can get up for dinner. Yin Shixiang, Zhao Liangzi, Hua Xiaoheng. He coughed and was about to speak when Yin Shixiang said sarcastically, "Nianji, can Brother Xiong kiss you?" Gu Nianji. Why was Brother Xiong in the restaurant? Zhao Liangzi couldn't help laughing and said, "Nianji, Brother Zai doesn't want to kiss you, but Brother Zai can hug you." Gu Nianji's ears turned red. She immediately hung up the phone and covered her head with a pillow. She lay in the treehouse and pretended to be dead. She refused to go down. When Hua Xiaoheng was about to speak, he found that Gu Nianji had already hung up. He glanced at Yin Shixiang calmly, then closed his laptop. "Get the kitchen to serve the dishes. I'll go call her down." Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi quickly said, "Yes, Chief." However, they were holding back their laughter so much that they were about to cramp. As soon as Hua Xiaoheng left the restaurant, he heard the two people behind him burst into laughter. Hua Xiaoheng stopped in his tracks. These guys. Nianji was so mischievous because she learned it from them. When he arrived at Gu Nianji's room on the second floor, Hua Xiaoheng looked around but didn't see her. However, this time, he didn't panic. He walked directly to the balcony and saw that there was a light in the direction of the treehouse. Under the solar LED light of the white magnolia bud, a girl in a black short-sleeved t-shirt and short hot pants was lying under the light, covering her head with a large pillow. Hua Xiaoheng curled the corners of his lips. With one hand on the railing of the balcony, he gently jumped over the ropeway and landed silently in front of the treehouse. He held on to the roof and bent down to walk in. The treehouse was decorated comfortably and elegantly. It was Gu Nianji's style. Hua Xiaoheng half knelt in front of her and looked at Gu Nianji, who had hidden her head under the pillow like an ostrich. He reached out and gently lifted her pillow. Gu Nianji still refused to let go. She held the two corners of the pillow tightly and pulled it down with all her might. Seeing this, Hua Xiaoheng reached out and slapped her perky buttocks. He didn't use any force, and the slap didn't hurt, but the sound was crisp and clear. The slap traveled far into the night sky. The magpies on the roof were alarmed. They poked their heads out of their nests and looked at their new neighbors. Gu Nianji's body stiffened for a moment. She let go of the pillow and quickly turned around. She saw Hua Xiaoheng's calm and handsome face pressing down on her. She froze for a moment. A kiss had already landed on her forehead. It was as gentle as the feeling of the phoenix wood flower gently brushing against her forehead when she moved things to the treehouse in the afternoon. "Okay, I've already kissed you. Let's hug again." Hua Xiaoheng put his hands under her armpits and picked her up. Gu Nianji threw herself into his arms like a child and only came back to her senses after a long while. She covered her face with her hands and said embarrassedly. Why are Brother Xiong and Brother Zhe here too? You didn't even tell me in advance and made me embarrassed. Hua Xiaoheng patted her back and said with a faint smile in his voice, they're not outsiders. They helped me build this treehouse for you today. Gu Nianji understood and played with Hua Xiaoheng's collar with her hand. So you're treating them to dinner? Yes, actually it's all your favorite dishes. Hua Xiaoheng smoothed her hair. Can we go now? Okay. Gu Nianji patted Hua Xiaoheng's face. I'll forgive you this once. But if they want to laugh at me later, you have to speak up for me. Okay. If they dare to laugh at you, I'll punish them with a 10-kilometer weight-bearing cross-country run. Hua Xiaoheng coaxed her. Let's go. Gu Nianji nodded. You go out first. The tree house was narrow and could only accommodate one person at a time. Hua Xiaoheng turned to leave first, and Gu Nianji followed. The two of them arrived at the dining room and saw that the dining table was already filled with delicious food. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi laughed at the same time when they saw them come in. Nianji, before Yin Shixiang could speak, Hua Xiaoheng interrupted him. 10-kilometer weight-bearing cross-country run. Yin Shixiang understood instantly and quickly changed the topic. Nianji, do you like your treehouse? Brother Xiong sacrificed his pride at the final assembly to get the best materials for my sister Nianji. Zhao Liangzi secretly gave Yin Shixiang a thumbs up under the table and praised him for his quick response. He also said, the treehouse designed by Hua Xiao was built by the three of us today. What do you think? Do you like it? Gu Nianji's eyes curved. I like it. I like it very much. Brother Xiong, Brother Zhe, you've worked hard. It's not hard at all, as long as, thinking of the serious consequences of a 10-kilometer weight-bearing cross-country run, Yin Shixiang forcefully swallowed the words, kiss and hug, back down. Gu Nianji blushed but quickly recovered. She braced herself and said, Brother Xiong, if you keep this up, I'm going to tell Chi-Chi. Yin Shixiang finally restrained himself. He coughed and said sternly, Nianji, Brother Xiong worked hard for your treehouse. You can't talk nonsense in front of Chi-Chi. As long as you don't talk nonsense, I won't either. Gu Nianji made a zipping motion with her hand around her mouth. Let's eat. This much food can't stop your mouth. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Yin Shixiang and sat down next to Gu Nianji to pour her a glass of juice. The four of them quickly began to eat happily. After dinner, Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi said goodbye and left. They had their own rooms in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence, but now that Hua Xiaoheng was on vacation, they tacitly gave Hua Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji some space to spend time together and return to their own official residence. With their status and military rank, they now had their own official residence. Gu Nianji finished eating and went to take a shower, then went to the treehouse to stay. Lying in the treehouse, she pulled open the moving panel on the roof and saw the clear night sky through the layers of tree branches. She felt much better. By the time Hua Xiaoheng finished his work, it was already past 10 p.m. He took a shower and came to see Gu Nianji. He found that she had indeed gone to the treehouse again. Nianji, are you sleeping in the treehouse tonight? Hua Xiaoheng stood on the balcony with his arms crossed. Gu Nianji put down the mosquito net and tucked in all four corners. She planned to spend the night there. She poked her head out of the mosquito net hanging in the treehouse and smiled. Yes, Major General Hua, it's very cool here. Hua Xiaoheng was speechless. The room was air-conditioned, and the temperature was constant. How could it be hot? However, he was still worried about Gu Nianji sleeping alone in the treehouse. He held on to the railing of the balcony and crossed it for the third time that day. He returned to the treehouse with Gu Nianji to lie down. In the long night, they slept in each other's arms. This is today's first chapter. Chapter 14:14, I fell, I need XXXX to get up. There are 2 updates today, a reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 14:26. The movable panel on Gunyenji's roof wasn't closed. The 2 of them lay in the treehouse. When they opened their eyes, they could see the dark blue night sky through the transparent tempered glass roof, as well as the stars shining through the branches of the trees. Gunyenji lay in Hu Xiaoheng's arms and hugged his neck. She said contentedly, Hu Xiao, I like this treehouse very much. Thank you. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her. How are you going to thank me? Gunyenji, didn't I already thank you? Just say thank you. That's called thank you. Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes and mocked Gunyenji without batting an eyelid. Gunyenji thought about it for a moment, then leaned over and quickly kissed Hu Xiaoheng on the lips. Hu Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he said, not enough. We have to kiss for at least 5 minutes. French deep. Gunyenji, her plump lips curled up. French deep. But I don't know how. You don't know. Tell me earlier. I'll teach you. Hu Xiaoheng turned over and lay face to face with her. He held the back of her head with one hand and kissed her. The tip of his tongue went deep into her tightly closed lips. Gunyenji didn't move. She slowly opened her lips and let him in. Her heart was beating very fast, as if it was about to jump out of her throat. Perhaps it was because they were kissing in the treehouse, and starlight fell from the transparent roof. It was as if they were a pair of wild mandarin ducks in the wilderness. This realization made her tremble uncontrollably, and the feeling of their lips touching was magnified infinitely. Time became very slow, and every movement of his was frozen like a sculpture. It stayed in her heart and left an endless aftertaste. It wasn't the first time they had kissed, but it had never been like this, where she realized that kissing could be so exciting. It was just the contact of lips and tongue, but a numb feeling flowed through her entire body. Every time the tip of his tongue touched the tip of hers, it would cause a lightning-like tremble. Not long after, she began to pant, and Hu Xiaoheng's breathing became much heavier. It was just a kiss, but when the 2 separated, they felt endless aftertaste. Their bodies and hearts were indulged together. Have you learned it? Now it's your turn. Hu Xiaoheng said hoarsely. He took the initiative to open his lips in front of her, waiting for the tip of her tongue to come in. Gunyenji did want to kiss him a little longer. Closing her eyes, she stuck the tip of her tongue into his mouth and mimicked him, asking him to suck on her. Hu Xiaoheng's hand caressed her back up and down. When she kissed him deeply, his hands would suddenly become stronger, and her waist was almost broken by him. When she wanted to withdraw, he would gently pinch her waist. She felt like she was walking on a tightrope, and all her senses were suspended there. She would be defeated if the wind blew. When he woke up in the morning, he heard the crisp chirping of birds. Opening his eyes, the morning sun shone through the tempered glass of the roof. After being filtered by the leaves of the phoenix tree, the sunlight was no longer as hot, and specks of sunlight fell on the thin blanket. The 2 magpies woke up too. A bird walked curiously up and down on the roof, pecking at it from time to time. Gunyenji opened her eyes and saw the silhouette of a bird. Speechless, she placed her hand on her forehead to block the glaring sunlight and muttered. You're a magpie, so don't be like a woodpecker. Besides, this isn't a tree. Why are you pecking at my roof? Perhaps her nagging worked, or perhaps the little magpie was tired of playing this game. After a while, it spread its wings and flew away. Gunyenji turned her head and saw Hu Xiaoheng sleeping beside her. Satisfied, she leaned her head against his arm and said, Good morning. Hu Xiaoheng didn't open his eyes. He followed the voice and kissed her cheek. He also said, Good morning. His deep, magnetic voice carried a hint of laziness from just waking up. Gu Nianji's ears turned red. Hua Xiaoheng opened his eyes and saw that her white, jade-like earlobes were slightly red. They were like high-quality pink tourmaline, and also like sweet lychee meat. They were translucent and moist, and made him want to take a bite. Hua Xiaoheng did take a bite, leaving 2 faint teeth marks on her earlobes. Gu Nianji covered her ears and quickly stepped back. She said angrily, "Are you a dog? Why do you bite people so often?" Hua Xiaoheng raised an eyebrow. "Often? When have I ever bitten you?" Gu Nianji was speechless, but she was unwilling to be refuted. Her eyes darted around and she muttered. "You bite me every time. Have you forgotten?" Hua Xiaoheng looked down at her. "Are you talking about the earlobes? Or?" His gaze wandered from her delicate collarbone to the deep, shadowy ravine hidden below her collarbone. Gu Nianji's ears turned red. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled and leaned close to her ear. His voice was so low that it seemed to resonate from his chest. "Silly girl, that's not biting. That's eating." Gu Nianji closed her eyes tightly and reached out to accurately cover Hua Xiaoheng's mouth. She didn't want him to continue. It was like this every time. In this regard, Hua Xiaoheng could make her flee with just a few words. The two of them cuddled in the treehouse for a while before getting up to go to their room to wash up. Gu Nianji went to the bathroom to take a shower. She and Hua Xiaoheng had slept in the treehouse the night before. Although they hadn't done anything other than kissing, Gu Nianji still felt her back ache. It was as if they had done it. She was also puzzled. It was just kissing. How could it have such an effect? Hua Xiaoheng returned to his room and also went to the bathroom to take a shower. Gu Nianji's parents had just celebrated May 7th, Hua Xiaoheng hadn't done that with Gu Nianji. Although he really wanted to, as the son-in-law of Gu Xiangwen and his wife, he couldn't do that. However, he had gotten a strange satisfaction from just kissing in the treehouse last night. If this continued, Hua Xiaoheng didn't know how deep his feelings for Gu Nianji would be. In terms of relationships, some men were very enthusiastic from the beginning. They were textbook examples of good boyfriends, but this kind of relationship generally didn't last very long. As long as he managed to woo a woman, the rest would only get worse and worse. There was a kind of man who was very slow to warm up. In the beginning, he might make you a lot of dissatisfaction, but as long as you let him warm up, his intensity was unparalleled, and he would continue to warm up for the rest of his life. Gu Nianji was very glad that she had met the latter kind of man. She changed her clothes and came out. When she sat in front of the dresser to do her skin treatment, she saw that her earlobes were more pink than usual. She touched them with her hand and could almost feel the temperature of Hua Xiaoheng's burning tongue, as well as the feeling of his teeth gently biting her ear. "You're really a dog. You still won't admit it." Gu Nianji looked at the mirror on the dresser and laughed softly. Speaking of dogs, Gu Nianji couldn't help but think of the purebred little corgi that the cute little Russian boy had given her. Ever since she had returned to the country, she had been so busy that she hadn't had the chance to see it. During breakfast, Gu Nianji asked about little corgi AKO. "Major General Hua, I remember that you sent it to the military camp to train with the military dogs. Can I go see it?" This was the second update of the day. Chapter 14-15, Wild Mandarin Ducks. Today's second update was to remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 14-27. The corgi that Demi gave you. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and thought for a while. He said calmly, "The discipline in the military camp is strict, and it's still training." "What's wrong? Do you miss it?" "Ha! You're really training it as a military dog?" Gu Nianji's eyes widened in surprise. Her dark eyes were crystal clear, as pure as a kitten's. However, Her personality was similar to a kitten's. When she was happy, she could meow beside you, and when she was unhappy, she could raise her hand and claw you. Hua Xiaoheng smiled and lowered his eyes. Of course, military orders must be obeyed. Do you think I'm joking? But when Dimi gave it to me, Aku was only a week old. Its short legs weren't even as long as my fingers. Gu Nianji gestured with her hand, and her heart ached even more. She had thought that Hua Xiaoheng was joking when he said that he would train the little corgi as a military dog. He was just looking for an excuse to send the little corgi back to the country in advance and hand it over to professional dog trainers to learn the rules. So it was really sent to the military camp to be trained like a military dog. Hua Xiaoheng grunted noncommittally and calmly ate his breakfast. Gu Nianji sighed across from him for a long time, but he pretended not to hear her. In the end, Gu Nianji had no choice but to sit beside him and shake his arm vigorously. Good Major General Hua. Good Major General Hua. You treat Aku like this. He's only a few months old. Hua Xiaoheng was unmoved and said calmly, for a dog, a few months is considered an adult. Gu Nianji was so choked that she couldn't speak. She sat beside Hua Xiaoheng with her head lowered and played with her fingers. She stopped begging him. Hua Xiaoheng finished breakfast and wiped his mouth with a tissue. He looked down and saw that Gu Nianji was still listless. He smiled and stood up. What are you planning to do today? Gu Nianji frowned. I wanted to see Aku, but you said he was training. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. Gu Nianji looked up and saw Hua Xiaoheng's smiling eyes. She became bolder and said, even if he's training, he still has holidays, right? She then stood up and poked Hua Xiaoheng's chest. You still have holidays. The watch told me that Aku doesn't have any. If it doesn't have a holiday, you're suspected of abusing a military dog. Hua Xiaoheng rubbed her head and scoffed. How dare you compare me to corgi? I was just making an analogy. Military dogs also have dog rights. Gu Nianji muttered and smiled slyly. She hugged Hua Xiaoheng's arm and rested her head on his chest. Let's go, let's go. I'm just going to see it, okay? Hua Xiaoheng looked at his watch and said, I'll go make a call and see if Aku is on leave today. Go. I'll be waiting. Hua Xiaoheng went upstairs to make a call. After a while, he came down and said, Aku has half a day off today. Do you want to see him? Gu Nianji nodded repeatedly. Yes. Okay, but you have to wait until afternoon. It was only 8 in the morning, which meant that she had to wait for at least 4 hours. Is it true? Gu Nianji was quite disappointed. Can't it rest? No. Hua Xiaoheng held back his laughter and showed her the 2 movie tickets he had prepared beforehand. However, I have 2 movie tickets here. Do you want to go take a look first? Watch a movie. Gu Nianji's eyes lit up. What movie? Actually, the home theater in Hua Xiaoheng's official residence was already comparable to a movie theater outside. It could seat 50 to 60 people. A typical small theater was about this size. Moreover, the equipment and sound system were all top-notch. If he wanted to borrow a movie, he could borrow it. However, it was different to buy movie tickets to watch a movie. He felt guilty towards Gu Nianji. When she was with him, he couldn't do many things with her that normal couples did. Although Gu Nianji didn't care and was able to enjoy herself, Hua Xiaoheng still felt sorry for her. The deeper their relationship, the more he couldn't see her unhappy at all. Hua Xiaoheng looked at the name written on the movie ticket. A new movie, waiting for you home. Gu Nianji, what movie is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Gu Nianji frowned. It's not a blockbuster, is it? If it was a blockbuster, all kinds of publicity would have been blasted everywhere by now. Hu Xiaoheng looked at the name and was speechless. He was the one who had asked Dean Shixiang to buy the movie tickets. He had only said to buy the kind of movie that Gu Nianji liked to watch. He hadn't expected him to buy 2 unpopular movie tickets. It's not a blockbuster. It's a new domestic movie. Hu Xiaoheng took out his phone to check and realized. It's a feature film co-produced by the military's publicity department. No wonder. That's good. I'll support my own people. Gu Nianji was happy. What time is the movie? 9 o'clock, 12 o'clock, or 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Which one do you want to watch? Then 9 o'clock in the morning. Gu Nianji calculated the time. I can go see Little Ah Ko after I watch it. Ha 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 ha. Hu Xiaoheng, he stuffed the movie tickets into his wallet. Go up and pack up. I'll drive you there. Gu Nianji snapped her fingers happily. Okay. I'll go right now. She smiled and ran upstairs. She opened the closet and found a new summer Chanel outfit. It was a pink silk shirt with bubble sleeves and a waistline. It had a Peter Pan round neck with a black ribbon tied around it. It was paired with a pair of white slacks and a pair of Hermès red Berlin handbag. She rushed downstairs. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't wearing his military uniform today. He was wearing casual clothes. She couldn't tell the brand, but it fit him very well. It accentuated Hu Xiaoheng's broad shoulders, chest, and waist. Black jeans wrapped around his long legs and black wavy shoes. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to tell that they were actually a couple's pair of white wavy shoes. He held the car keys in his hand and stood at the door waiting for her with his arms crossed. His tall and straight waist made her heart beat faster. Gu Nianji smiled and walked over to hug Hu Xiaoheng's waist from behind. She whispered. I really want to wrap my legs around you. Hu Xiaoheng was stunned, but he quickly composed himself. He turned around and flicked her forehead. You're even flirting with me. You're getting bolder. So what? It's only right for me to flirt with my own man. Gu Nianji turned around and hooked her arm. She looked at him sideways with a smile. Don't tell me you want me to flirt with other men. Hu Xiaoheng snorted. Why don't you try? I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare even if I had 100 guts. Gu Nianji smiled and begged for mercy. She walked out of the official residence with him. They got into the car and drove to the Poly Cinema in the city center. It was the most luxurious and well-equipped cinema in the entire imperial capital. They parked the car in the underground parking lot. Hu Xiaoheng and Gu Nianji took the elevator straight up. Because it was an early screening and an unpopular movie, there weren't many people there. A few people were scattered around the hall, which was lit up with neon lights. The staff looked like there were more people watching the movie. It was Gu Nianji's first time watching a movie in a movie theater outside. In the past, she had either watched it in the home theater at home, on the computer, or on the iPad. She had never actually watched a movie in a movie theater with so many people. Gu Nianji was curious about everything. When she saw that everyone had bought cola and popcorn, she tugged at the corner of Hu Xiaoheng's shirt to buy them. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at her and said dryly, "You'll get fat if you eat too much junk food." Gu Nianji didn't care. "I just want to eat. It's only once. How fat can I get?" In fact, she had lost a lot of weight recently. Hu Xiaoheng saw that her sharp chin had also lost weight, so his heart softened and he agreed to buy cola and popcorn for her. "I want a big tube." Gu Nianji followed closely behind. However, Hu Xiaoheng stopped when he reached the service area for cola and popcorn. Not far in front of him, 2 people walked over hand in hand. It was Yin Shixiang and Ma Qiqi. Ma Qiqi first saw Hu Xiaoheng, then saw Gu Nianji beside him. She immediately ran over in surprise. Nianji. Long time no see. Are you feeling better? Gu Nianji had been in a bad mood ever since she buried her parents. She closed her door and didn't even contact Ma Chichi. After Gu Xiangwen and his wife's May 7th, her mood gradually improved. Now that she saw Ma Chichi, she was also very happy. The two of them held hands and chatted about what had happened after they parted. Yin Shixiang nodded at Hua Xiaoheng with a wry smile. Hua Xiao, sorry to disturb you. Hua Xiaoheng looked at him and turned to buy cola and popcorn. He also bought large portions for Yin Shixiang and Ma Chichi. He handed them to him and said, "What's with the tickets?" Yin Shixiang hummed for a long time before saying, "This movie is pretty good. I saw director Bai recommend it and said it's good for people like us." He had originally thought that Gu Nianji wouldn't wake up so early, so he wouldn't run into Hua Xiaoheng and the others. However, he didn't expect Hua Xiaoheng to also watch the morning show. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say anything and turned to urge Gu Nianji to enter. However, when they were at the door, they ran into Zhao Liangzi again. Everyone could only awkwardly and politely greet him. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at Gu Nianji. Seeing that she wasn't unhappy, he took her hand and walked inside. They found the two seats at the top and the center to sit down. Of course, Yin Shixiang and Ma Chichi found seats on the side. Zhao Liangzi sat in the middle of the theater. However, not long after, Bai Yueran arrived. She looked up at the theater and walked directly to Zhao Liangzi's side. She asked, "Little Zhe, is there someone sitting next to you?" Zhao Liangzi looked up at her for a while before replying calmly, "No, sit down." He no longer had feelings for her, so he didn't care where she sat. Bai Yueran sat down with a smile. Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi both saw this and couldn't help gossiping with each other on WeChat. Yin Shixiang rolled his eyes and also texted Hua Xiaoheng. "Hua Xiao, these two are having such a hard time chatting," Hua Xiaoheng texted back. "Yeah, you guys sit here." Yin Shixiang quickly pushed Ma Chichi. "Sit with Nianji. You guys don't have to text in the same theater." Ma Chichi put away her phone and rolled her eyes at Yin Shixiang. "We're using WeChat to chat. Who's texting?" However, he still stood up happily and sat with Gu Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang sat outside while the two girls sat inside next to each other. Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi whispered. "Look ahead, Director Bai and Little Zhe. Do you think Director Bai is chasing after Xiao Zhe?" Probably. After talking for a while, the lights in the theater dimmed and the movie began. This is the first chapter of the day, chapter 14-16, Getting Bolder. There are two updates today, a reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 14-28. Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi quickly turned off their phones and stopped whispering to each other. The movie started playing on the spherical movie screen. After a 5-minute preview, it was time for the official movie. The words, "Waiting for you to come home," appeared on the big screen from afar. Gu Nianji and Ma Chichi looked at each other and smiled secretly. This beginning seemed very boring and old-fashioned to them. But seeing the two men beside them sitting upright, they only complained in their hearts and didn't show it. But as the story progressed, they were unknowingly attracted. The movie was about a story that spanned half a century. During the war years, the female lead and the male lead, who was a soldier, met and got to know each other. In the end, they became husband and wife. Did you think the story was over? How naive. The love story of the war years, from meeting and getting married, was just the beginning. 5 minutes into the movie, the female lead and the male lead got married. The pace was indeed much faster than online novels. And the year they got married, the war broke out. As one could imagine, not long after the two got married, the male lead was drafted to the front line and began an arduous war. In this war, the male lead was repeatedly rumored to have died in battle. But because the male lead's unit was scattered in the war and even the organization disappeared, no one gave her accurate information. So the female lead never believed it. She took her child and relied on her own meager strength to survive in the turbulent society. In order to support herself and her child, she experienced countless hardships, but she refused to remarry and never forgot her original heart. She waited like this for 50 years. Just as she was about to die, her son finally brought news of the husband she had been waiting for half a century. It turned out that 50 years ago, her husband had already died on the battlefield. She waited for 50 years for a name in the martyr's shrine. At that moment, the movie's theme song played. Don't cry, my dear, you have to be well, at the end of time, you will definitely see me, singing and waiting for you with a smile. Even if I break into powder in the end, and you live for me, as long as I can still be remembered by you, I am immortal. This story could be found everywhere in that era. But for Gu Nianji and Ma Qiqi, there was something in common that struck their hearts. No matter how many years and centuries had passed, this sadness and fear would always be a nightmare for military families. When the song started, Gu Nianji's tears instantly gushed out. She hugged Ma Qiqi and bawled their eyes out. Hu Xiaoheng and Yin Shixiang looked at each other helplessly and pulled their women over. The movie ended, and the lights came on. The theater was filled with sobs. The film wasn't too sensational. It was plain and didn't even directly show the cruelty and bloodshed of war. But at the end, when the hope that the heroine had been looking forward to for half a century was finally destroyed by a piece of news, the audience finally understood what war was. Especially the theme song at the end, the desolate and clear baritone voice echoed in the theater, just like a tearjerker. Gu Nianji gripped Hu Xiaoheng's shirt tightly and cried until she was out of breath. She hugged him tightly as she cried. She was worried that if she let go, he would disappear just like the male lead in the movie. Needless to say, Ma Qiqi had the same idea as Gu Nianji. She also hugged Yin Shixiang tightly. Yin Shixiang hurriedly led Ma Qiqi to the theater entrance. When he walked to the row where Bai Yueran and Zhao Liangzi were sitting, he looked back. Zhao Liangzi's eyes were red. He must have cried. Bai Yueran's face was solemn. Although she hadn't cried, she didn't look too good. She comforted Zhao Liangzi softly, I know you're thinking of Shuang. However, her spirit in heaven might not be willing to see you like this. Zhao Liangzi took out a tissue to wipe his face and mumbled, Director Bai, I know you want to comfort me. But to me, Shuang is unique and irreplaceable. Believe it or not, I've never wanted to replace Shuang in your heart. Bai Yueran was silent for a while. She leaned back in her seat and said in confusion, I don't know why I still want to be with you, even if I know that from now on, Shuang will always be the white moon in your heart. Zhao Liangzi stood up and didn't accept it. He said indifferently, you don't have to think about it anymore. I have no plans to find a girlfriend to marry. I have to go back. I still have a lot of work to do. Bai Yueran stood up silently and followed Zhao Liangzi out. Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng were the last to come out. Because Gu Nianji was crying so hard that her entire body was twitching. Hu Xiao, you have to come back, if you don't come back, I don't want to live. She wanted to say that she would be with someone else to threaten Hu Xiaoheng, but she loved him so much that she couldn't even make such a threat. Hu Xiaoheng understood what she was thinking. He laughed and patted her back. You have to be the female lead in a movie. Nianji, you're very narcissistic. Gu Nianji lay in his arms and shook her head, sobbing. Who's narcissistic? This is clearly something that could happen to us. Didn't you see? Qiqi was crying so hard. That was a special time of war. It won't be like this now. Hua Xiaoheng comforted her. Even if your life is in danger, you won't have to wait 50 years to know the result. Gu Nianji covered his mouth, her large eyes still glistening with tears. She scolded him in a low voice, "Tui tui tui. Don't say such things." "I won't say it, I won't say it." Hua Xiaoheng pulled her hand down and kissed it. "You're thinking too much. How could I experience such danger in my position? I'm not a field agent on the front line. It's best if you don't go." Gu Nianji cried her heart out, and her emotions gradually recovered. Hua Xiaoheng quickly took her out. The staff at the theater had poked their heads in at the door several times. After they came out, these people immediately went in to clean up. Hua Xiaoheng took Gu Nianji to lunch again. Gu Nianji had cried too much and didn't have a good appetite. She only ate a little bit of rice before putting down her chopsticks. Hua Xiaoheng ate the rest of the food. After lunch, Hua Xiaoheng took her to the military dog training camp to see the results of little Corgi's training. At that moment, he was glad that little Corgi could make Gu Nianji happy. The movie today was really indescribable to him. But to the little girl, it was like a nuclear bomb. Especially Gu Nianji, who had a relatively low tear threshold, had been crying since she was young. He looked at Gu Nianji, who was sitting listlessly in the passenger seat, and smiled. It was already 1:00 in the afternoon when they arrived at the military dog training camp. Hua Xiaoheng had informed them in the morning, so little Ako could take half a day off today. Gu Nianji followed Hua Xiaoheng to the dog training ground. It was a huge lawn surrounded by a white fence. On the grass, there were a dozen or so mighty German shepherds running. They were tall and had especially long legs. Gu Nianji glanced at them nonchalantly. "These aren't corgis. Where's my little Ako?" Hua Xiaoheng stood beside her and stared at the German shepherds that were gathered together. He stared at them for a while before pointing. "I think he's over there." Gu Nianji looked in the direction he was pointing and suddenly wanted to cry. The little puppy that had been so small a few months ago had now grown up. However, no matter how big it was still as small as a toy when compared to the German shepherds with long legs and bodies. It was hidden behind the long legs of the German shepherds and was almost hidden from view. The dog trainer let out a long whistle, and the German shepherds on the grass barked together. Then, they ran frantically to the other side. Poor little Ako's short legs couldn't outrun the German shepherds at all. However, it still didn't give up and chased after them. Gu Nianji looked at the dog heads moving and couldn't help asking. "Where are they going?" "To eat." Hua Xiaoheng raised his hand and pointed. He saw that by the time little Ako ran over, the food had already been snatched away by the German shepherds. It was a small, short-legged dog, so it had no choice but to circle the food trough and lick the remaining food from time to time. Hua Xiaoheng awkwardly retracted his finger and scratched his forehead. Gu Nianji's eyes widened. "They're snatching little Ako's food. How can they do this? My little Ako." Tears were about to fall again. Hua Xiaoheng quickly said, "No, no. If they couldn't snatch the food, they would have fed it separately." "Really?" "Of course. Look at how fat it is. You know they didn't starve it." However, snatching food was one of the training programs, so little Corgi looked very pitiful at this time. Gu Nianji looked at little Corgi circling the food trough and stomped her feet. Her eyes welled up with tears. "No. I have to bring little Ako back. It's not a military dog at all. How can you treat it like this?" Hua Xiaoheng had always been a man of his word. He had never changed his decision. But this time, under Gu Nianji's strong request, he had no choice but to give in. He finally nodded and agreed. "If that's the case, then take it back and raise it for 2 days. If it doesn't listen, then send it back." Gu Nianji's tears turned into laughter. She waved at little Ah Ku and shouted, "Ku! Little Ah Ku! Daddy and Mommy are taking you home." The trainers at the military dog camp and the German shepherds all looked up. Hu Xiaoheng was on the verge of breaking down. His face was burning, but his expression remained calm. It was as if he didn't know Gu Nianji and didn't know what she had just said. Gu Nianji couldn't care less. She was pleasantly surprised because the little corgi actually remembered her voice. As soon as she finished speaking, little corgi immediately stopped circling and ran towards her. Its short legs bounced as it ran so fast that it looked like it was flying over the grass. When it reached Gu Nianji and Hu Xiaoheng, it barked at them happily. Then, it rolled on the ground and flipped onto its back, intending to act cute next to its mistress. However, because its limbs were too short and round, it was a little difficult to flip back after flipping on the ground. Its 4 little paws fluttered in the air a few times before it successfully flipped over and stood up. However, it was also exhausted. It stuck out its little tongue and panted in front of Gu Nianji as it begged for affection. Gu Nianji picked it up and put her arm around one of its short legs. She said angrily to Hu Xiaoheng, "Look. It's obviously a pet dog. How can you train it like a military dog?" Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and said, "Call it a pet dog. Let's see if it responds to you." Gu Nianji rolled her eyes at Hu Xiaoheng and looked down at little corgi in her arms. Mommy's pet, little Ah Ku. Little corgi's watery black eyes were focused on her, but it didn't react. Hu Xiaoheng said in a low voice, "Military dog, Ku." Little corgi immediately barked. Hu Xiaoheng curled his lips. "See, I was right, wasn't I?" Gu Nianji, this is the second update of the day, chapter 14-17, remembering you, forgetting you. Today is Monday, so I'm especially reminding everyone of the recommendation tickets. PS, the movie plot here is based on a true story. The theme song is Chen Chuxing's Hawthorn Flower. It's a very nice and tear-jerking song. Good night, my dears. Chapter 14-29. Gu Nianji glanced at Hu Xiaoheng angrily and stuffed little corgi's short leg back into her arms. She carried it and left without looking back. Little corgi poked its head out of her arms and looked over Gu Nianji's shoulder at the military camp where it had been for a few months. It barked twice and followed its mistress home with a clear conscience. In the end, this was not a place where it should stay. Hu Xiaoheng brought little corgi back to the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces and put a dog tag collar with an electronic chip on its neck. Not only could this dog tag mark little corgi's identity and give it security privileges to move freely in the base, but it could also locate it at the right time. It could even strangle little corgi when it couldn't control itself and attacked others. Of course, Hu Xiaoheng didn't tell Gu Nianji about this last function. In Gu Nianji's heart, how could such a cute puppy be aggressive? However, no matter how cute little corgi was, it was still a dog, not a human. Moreover, humans were also aggressive. Gu Nianji set up a very comfortable kennel for little corgi in the outer room of her suite. A large pillow was placed in the corner, and next to it was a bowl for it to drink water and eat. It had been trained by a dog trainer and wouldn't urinate or defecate anywhere. It was a very clean little corgi. Gu Nianji was overjoyed the first night she brought it back. She poured milk for it and filled it with a large bowl of dog food. Little corgi's stomach was round. Hu Xiaoheng couldn't take it anymore. He threw a book about raising dogs at her and said, "Don't make it explode like you're raising goldfish." Gu Nianji had raised a few little goldfish before, but she had often fed them to death. "Got it, I'll be careful." Gu Nianji embarrassedly took away the extra dog food from little corgi and pointed at its little nose. "There's no more for today. You can't eat anymore. Now take a shower and sleep." Little corgi wagged its tail at her and licked the small bowl of water. It then went back to the kennel to sleep. Gu Nianji had been messing around all day, so she went to the bathroom to take a shower. Hua Xiaoheng wanted to sleep on Gu Nianji's side. However, as soon as he walked to Gu Nianji's bedroom door, little Corgi sat up energetically from the kennel and looked at him with bright eyes. When he walked in, little Corgi followed and squatted at his feet. If he did not go out, it would not go out. Hua Xiaoheng calmly kicked it. Little Corgi was stunned for a moment, as if he hadn't expected Papa to kick him. He retreated step by step to the door of Gu Nianji's bathroom and laid down. Gu Nianji pushed the door open and saw little Corgi lying at the door. She said in surprise, "Weren't you asleep? What are you doing?" Little Corgi looked at her aggrievedly and let out a whimper from his throat. He looked very pitiful. The corner of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. He did not expect little Corgi to be such an actor. Of course, he wouldn't hold a grudge against a dog. He stood up nonchalantly and said to Gu Nianji, "Go to bed early after showering. I still have something to do, so I won't be able to accompany you tonight." Gu Nianji tilted her head to look at him and said in confusion, "You don't accompany me every night." Over the past few days, he had only slept with her in the treehouse yesterday. Hua Xiaoheng nodded and glanced at little Corgi, who was still staring at him. "Ah, Ku, stand at attention." Little Corgi shivered and immediately exerted force with its hind legs. It stood up and used its two short hind legs to support its body. Gu Nianji was worried for little Ku's two short legs. All right, he's no longer at the military dog training camp. Hua Xiao, let him rest too." Gu Nianji quickly tried to smooth things over. "Ah, Ku, sit down." Little Corgi looked at Hua Xiaoheng and then at Gu Nianji. It hesitated and didn't know who to listen to. A smile flashed across Hua Xiaoheng's eyes as he said calmly, "Ah, Ku, come out." He led the way out. Little Corgi immediately landed on all fours and ran out with him. After leaving Gu Nianji's bedroom, little Corgi returned to the kennel. It watched Hua Xiaoheng push the door open and leave before lying down again and closing its eyes. After Hua Xiaoheng went out, he took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and stood in the corridor to take a few puffs. When he pushed the door open again, little Corgi, who had clearly fallen asleep, poked its head out of the kennel and stared at him. Hua Xiaoheng was both angry and amused. He scolded it in a low voice for being a busybody, then locked the door and went back to his room. Gu Nianji didn't know that the man outside the bedroom and little Corgi were eyeing each other. She was really exhausted. Lying on the bed, she took out her phone and saw that Ma Chichi had sent a few messages. She also replied to a few before falling asleep. At 7:00 the next morning, the sun had just shone through the curtains and onto the bedroom floor when Gu Nianji was woken up by a few barks. Was it little Corgi? What was it doing so early in the morning? She lay on the bed and pretended to be dead, not wanting to get up. However, little Corgi, who had been trained in the military dog training camp for a few months, had displayed good military qualities. After barking a few times without getting a response, it knocked open Gu Nianji's bedroom door. Woof woof. Woof woof. The dog's barking was getting closer and closer, almost right next to her ears. Gu Nianji covered her ears with a pillow in frustration. But it was useless. Soon, furry dog fur brushed against the back of her hand. Gu Nianji jumped up. "Ah, cool. Are you trying to rebel?" Little Corgi saw that she had finally woken up and didn't mind her bad temper and roar at all. Instead, it happily circled in front of her bed. Its short legs chased after its little tail. It was so cute that it was ridiculous. Gu Nianji's anger instantly disappeared. She jumped down from the bed and hugged little Corgi for a while before saying, "It's so early in the morning. What are you doing? Are you hungry?" She poured milk and dog food for little Corgi, but little Corgi was able to resist the temptation of food and used its mouth to pull her slippers out. Gu Nianji was still wearing the men's black military t-shirt that she had worn as pajamas. It was long enough to reach her thighs. Of course, she couldn't go out with her legs bare. The human and dog were competing when Hu Xiaoheng, who had just finished his morning exercise, opened the door and came in. He saw the expected scene and smiled. Little Corgi wants to go out for morning exercise. Actually, he wanted to walk the dog. Gu Nianji. What was wrong with him? She hated running in the morning. Gu Nianji quickly said, I haven't washed up yet. Hu Xiao, why don't you take it with you? Hu Xiaoheng spread his hands. This is your pet dog. How can you leave your little dog spirit alone? Little Corgi didn't want to go out with Hu Xiaoheng at all. It stubbornly bit Gu Nianji's slippers and desperately dragged them out. Gu Nianji rubbed her forehead and said helplessly, wait a minute. I'll change my clothes. Little Corgi let go and wagged its tail as it watched her walk back to the bedroom. Gu Nianji changed into her sportswear and tied her long hair in a ponytail. She went out to walk the dog in a refreshing manner. Hu Xiaoheng walked to the balcony of Gu Nianji's room with a cup of black coffee and looked ahead with a smile. Not far away, Gu Nianji ran on the track at the base with the short-legged dog Spirit. There were many people doing morning exercises at the base, and most of them knew Gu Nianji. However, not many people knew about little Corgi. Therefore, they greeted her curiously and asked about little Corgi's situation. Little Corgi displayed the good qualities of a military-trained pet dog. It kept a vigilant eye on the people running over. If anyone got too close to Gu Nianji, he would definitely pounce on them with a howl. He was super fierce. Not bad. Hu Xiaoheng took a sip of black coffee with satisfaction. He hadn't spent the past few months in the military camp for nothing. He watched for a while and went downstairs to prepare breakfast. Gu Nianji's morning was especially fulfilling. She didn't sleep until the sun was high up in the sky like before. Little Corgi ran 10 laps on the track and was so tired that it only stuck out its tongue. Gu Nianji was so tired that she collapsed. She held her waist and stumbled behind it. She said weakly, Corgi, have you had enough? How much longer do you have to run? She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Other people's corgis would only obediently sleep in with their masters, but her corgi would actually supervise her morning exercise. At that moment, she finally understood why Hu Xiaoheng wanted to send little Corgi to the military camp for training. He was too cunning. She could rack her brains to avoid running in the morning in front of Hu Xiaoheng, but she couldn't refuse little Corgi's cute little eyes. How much did he know her to use such a trick? Gu Nianji despised Hu Xiaoheng and herself in her heart. After running 10 laps, she kept a straight face and didn't give Hu Xiaoheng a single good look. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and didn't care. He served her breakfast and asked her, what do you want to do today? Tell me earlier so I can arrange it. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. No, I want to get along well with Corgi today. I want to beat up its bad habits. She had to make little Corgi realize the truth that it was a pet dog. It couldn't continue to follow the German Shepherd and learn to be a military dog. Hu Xiaoheng smiled and nodded. Okay, you beat it up. I'll watch from the side. In fact, Hu Xiaoheng watched the show for the whole day. Little Corgi came out of the military camp and suddenly found a sense of ownership. From day to night, he lived meticulously according to the habits of the military camp. He had a strict sense of time when to go out for a run, when to snatch food, when to go out to solve personal problems, when to watch TV and play with toys. Gu Nianji had wanted little Corgi to get used to the lazy days of being a pet dog, but she was too soft-hearted. As soon as little Corgi looked at her with his watery black eyes, she surrendered unconditionally. In the end, Gu Nianji was trained by little Corgi according to military standards for the whole day. At night, Gu Nianji lay on the bed weakly and asked Hua Xiaoheng to massage her. Looking at the short-legged corgi squatting in front of the bed with an innocent expression, Gu Nianji gritted her teeth and said, Hua Xiao, you were right. This guy is indeed a little dog spirit. Hua Xiaoheng curled his lips and said calmly, fortunately, I've changed my opinion of him. At least he can spur you to adjust your schedule. That's a good thing. In the past, he could still be merciless to Gu Nianji, but ever since the two of them got together, his authority in front of her had become less and less. Gu Nianji snorted and turned her head away. Hua Xiaoheng massaged her sore calf and suddenly said, You're too soft-hearted. I can't let you take care of our son in the future. I'll send him to the military camp to learn the rules. Gu Nianji, this is the first chapter of the day, chapter 14:18, Too Soft-Hearted. There are 2 updates today, a reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 14:30. Son. Why was he talking about a son? Gu Nianji's heart pounded. Hua Xiaoheng felt the soft body under his hands suddenly stiffen. He curled his lips and said casually, If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you agree. Gu Nianji blurted out, No. No. Hua Xiaoheng raised an eyebrow and stopped massaging Gu Nianji. Why not? Isn't the training in the military camp good? Gu Nianji turned over and lay on the apricot pillow. Her cheeks were flushed, and she was even more beautiful than the flowers of the phoenix wood. Her plump, red lips opened and closed. But you can train him yourself. Gu Nianji thought that since he was her biological son, Hua Xiaoheng would probably show mercy, right? Her heart ached at the thought of her son being trained in the military camp. Hua Xiaoheng leaned down and kissed her on the lips. He smiled and said, Everyone has their specialties. I'm not good at training recruits. Gu Nianji scoffed and turned around to ignore him. He made it sound like her son had already grown up and joined the army. Actually, there wasn't even a shadow of him. Gu Nianji had just had her period a few days ago. In the past 20 days, she had only kissed Hua Xiaoheng at most. There had been nothing at all. How could she have a son? Moreover, she wasn't even 20 years old yet. How could she have a son? Wasn't it too early? Gu Nianji rationally decided not to argue with Hua Xiaoheng so early. She turned over and pulled Hua Xiaoheng down. Just as she was about to kiss him properly, she heard a bark. Little Corgi jumped onto the bed with a whoosh and squatted beside her, staring at them covetously. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. This little dog was indeed a bit of an eyesore. Hua Xiaoheng patted Gu Nianji's head and held back his laughter. Rest well. I'll come see you tomorrow. Hua Xiaoheng got up and walked out. Gu Nianji lay on the bed and said weakly to little Corgi, Aku, you don't have to guard against Major General Hua like he's a thief. He's my husband. Husband, do you understand? Hua Xiaoheng, who had just walked to the door, stopped. He heard Gu Nianji's voice and was completely shocked by the word husband. This was the first time he had heard her say these 2 words since he had forced her to sign the marriage contract. He originally thought that this thorn would forever be stuck in her heart. No matter how hard he tried, she would never forget the pain at that time. She didn't know how much strength she used to grip the door handle, but the veins on the back of her hand were bulging. He raised his head and looked at the white ceiling above him. He took a deep breath and suppressed the throbbing in his chest. No matter how many people said in front of him that Gu Nianji was lucky to be able to be with him, only he knew that being able to be with Gu Nianji and being loved by her was the greatest blessing of his life. It was also the best luck. Hua Xiaoheng's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, but he still pushed the door open and left. In the next few days, Gu Nianji finally achieved a temporary balance with little Corgi. She ran with little Corgi every day as usual and followed the military schedule. However, little Corgi no longer interfered with her intimacy with Hu Xiaoheng. This meant that although Hu Xiaoheng still couldn't stay in Gu Nianji's room, Gu Nianji could spend the night in Hu Xiaoheng's room. As long as she gave little Corgi a few more bones at night to bribe it, little Corgi would obediently lie in its kennel and sleep. That night, after little Corgi slept in the kennel, Gu Nianji went to Hu Xiaoheng's suite. Hu Xiaoheng was replying to an email in the study. Gu Nianji knocked on the door of his study and said with a smile, "I'm here." Hu Xiaoheng looked away from the computer screen and smiled. "I'll be done right away." Gu Nianji gestured to him and turned to Hu Xiaoheng's bedroom. She had been staying here at night for the past few days, so her things had been moved over bit by bit. The bathroom was filled with her usual facial soap, cream, essence, and facial masks. Her bath towel was on the shelf, and a pair of pink slippers and blue slippers were placed side by side in front of the bathtub. There were a few sets of casual clothes that she wore at home in the closet. She had also brought over some underwear, shoes, and socks and placed them in Hu Xiaoheng's closet. Most of Hu Xiaoheng's clothes were military uniforms. There were training uniforms, regular uniforms, and formal wear. They were neatly arranged according to their categories. Gu Nianji's colorful clothes were placed in the room. They were messy, but compared to his military uniform, there was a strange sense of harmony. It was like a rose pinned to an AK-47, and the shocking sense of violence and aesthetics assaulted her senses. Gu Nianji placed her glass of water on the desk in front of Hu Xiaoheng's bedroom window, then tidied up her cosmetics. There was no dresser in Hu Xiaoheng's bedroom, so she placed some simple bottles and cans directly on his desk. She was already sleepy before Hu Xiaoheng came in. She looked at her watch. It was already past midnight, so it was time to sleep. She climbed onto the bed, leaving only a warm yellow night light on, and fell asleep just like that. Hu Xiaoheng finished dealing with the email and returned to the bedroom. He saw that Gu Nianji was already asleep. He didn't wake her up and quietly went to the bathroom to wash up. He turned on the bathroom light and saw the sapphire bottles and cans on the sink. Hu Xiaoheng pursed his lips and smiled. With Gu Nianji's things, his bathroom seemed to have transitioned from a black and white movie to a color movie. The background and feeling were all different. After washing up, he returned to the bedroom, turned off the nightlight, and lay down next to Gu Nianji. She seemed to realize that the nightlight was off. She quietly moaned and shifted uneasily. Hu Xiaoheng pulled her into his arms and let her sleep with her head on his arm. She quickly settled down, found a very comfortable position in the crook of his arm, and fell into a deep sleep again. For the past few days, although the two of them slept in the same bed at night, there was no accidental fire. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but Gu Nianji's mood hadn't fully recovered yet. He didn't want to make things difficult for her. So although he didn't feel very comfortable every night, he forced himself to endure it. The two of them were husband and wife. They still had a lifetime ahead of them. There was no rush, no rush. Happy days always fly by quickly. Before he knew it, Hu Xiaoheng's 1-month vacation was almost over. Gu Nianji was also preparing to return to the Senate to officially take up her post. That morning, Gu Nianji came back from her morning jog with little Corgi. Before she entered the house, she heard her phone ring. She wore a Bluetooth headset and answered the call with a voice. She smiled and asked, "May I know who this is?" "Nianji, it's me." He Jichu's cold and clear voice came from the phone. In the hot summer morning, it actually sounded a little cold. Gu Nianji smiled slightly. "Professor He. You released me from the blacklist." Ever since he had parted ways with Gu Nianji in front of Gu Xiangwen and his wife's grave at the National Martyrs Cemetery, He Jichu had blacklisted her phone. Gu Nianji was also angry at He Jichu's attitude towards her parents, so she didn't take the initiative to contact him. The two of them hadn't spoken for a whole month. Now that He Jichu had taken the initiative to call, she could only take the opportunity to tease him. He Jichu was silent for a while, then said uncomfortably. I'm sorry. It's okay. Gu Nianji spoke as she walked up the steps of Hua Xiaoheng's official residence. Just don't talk about my parents like that in front of me in the future. He Jichu felt even more uncomfortable, but he could only nod. Okay, I understand. Then, he quickly changed the topic. Nianji, do you still remember Vanderbilt from the United States? Gu Nianji stopped in her tracks. Vanderbilt? I remember. What's wrong? Has the case been solved? According to Gu Yanran and Yi Xian's confessions, Vanderbilt was the appointed lawyer for Gu Nianji's father, Gu Xiangwen. Yi Xian had specially made a trip to Little Rock in the United States to ask Vanderbilt about Gu Xiangwen's will because of Gu Nianji and Gu Yanran's estate dispute. But before the Vanderbilts had time to reply, the whole family was executed in their home. The murderer then set fire to the house, burning it almost to the ground. At that time, the American police thought that Yi Xian was the murderer because he had just come into contact with Vanderbilt's lawyer, and the Vanderbilt family was killed. Because of this, a large number of police officers were sent to hunt him down. Later, it was He Jichu who specially went to the United States to fight a lawsuit for him and rescue him. At that time, Yi Xian was exonerated, but no one knew who the murderer was. He Jichu held his phone and sat at his desk. He looked at the computer and said, "The case hasn't been solved, but the executor of Mr. Vanderbilt's will just contacted me. He said that there's a commission in Mr. Vanderbilt's list of law firms. It's from Gu Xiangwen's will, and it's for the beneficiary of the will, which is you." Gu Nianji was extremely shocked. Vanderbilt really has my father's will. No one knew that Gu Xiangwen really did have a will, and that it was placed in the hands of an ordinary American lawyer. There were a lot of such lawyers in the US. If one wasn't particularly familiar with Gu Xiangwen, how would they know his whereabouts? Gu Nianji thought of Gu Yanran again. She was probably the only one who knew that Vanderbilt was the lawyer for Gu Xiangwen's will. It was clear that her father really didn't treat her as an outsider back then. This is today's second chapter, chapter 1419, didn't treat her as an outsider. There are 2 updates today, a reminder for the monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, sweethearts. Chapter 1431. Gu Nianji felt slightly uncomfortable. He Jichu heard her surprise and said disapprovingly, "There should be. Otherwise, why would Yi Xian make that trip?" If it had been more than a month ago, Gu Nianji would have been overjoyed if she had known about this will. But now, she was very depressed. Because this will wasn't that important anymore. After those 2 lawsuits, she basically knew the Gu family's assets like the back of her hand. Gu Nianji had actually already received all of the Gu family's assets, and with Gu Xiangwen's holographic portraits will message on the submarine, her acceptance was in accordance with all legal procedures. To her, Gu Xiangwen's will was just another memento left by her father. Of course, He Jichu didn't know that Gu Xiangwen had left behind this holographic portrait will. If he had known, he definitely wouldn't have cared about it. Because according to the law, the only valid will was the last will made by the person involved when he was sane. The will in the hands of lawyer Vanderbilt had obviously been replaced by Gu Xiangwen's holographic portrait will. Legally speaking, the will in the hands of lawyer Vanderbilt was already invalid. However, Gu Nianji wanted to know how her father dealt with the distribution of his own assets before anything happened. She was depressed for a while and asked, "Did Professor He see the will?" He Jichu shook his head and said concisely, "The other party just contacted me, but he'll be here soon. He wants to see you." "See me?" Gu Nianji pushed open the door of the official residence and lowered her head to change her shoes at the entrance. She said, "Did he confirm my identity?" He Jichu paused and held his phone. "Yes, he asked me. I said you were here, so he said he wanted to see you and announce the will at the same time. Gu Nianji rolled her eyes. Didn't he mention Gu Yanran? After all, Gu Yanran had been the heir to the Gu family's estate for the past 7 years. When Gu Xiangwen made the will, it should have been before his accident. At that time, everything had yet to happen. What were his intentions? He Jichu scoffed. Her. She's so shameless. She can fool other people, but can she fool Gu Xiangwen? The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched. Professor He, can you not talk about my father like that? He Jichu was speechless. After a while, he said, I was wrong. I'm sorry. When the executor arrives, we'll arrange a time to meet. After that, he hung up the phone and sat alone on the single sofa in the living room of the Shishan villa. He supported his head with his hand and looked expressionlessly at the lush grass and trees outside the French window. After Gu Nianji answered the call, she brought little Corgi into the house. Little Corgi squatted down at the entrance and waited for Gu Nianji to bring it a wet tissue to wipe its feet. As a clean dog, it has very good hygiene habits. Gu Nianji returned to the bedroom to take a shower after serving the young master. After coming back from his morning jog, he took a shower and felt refreshed. All the depression he felt just now had been swept away. Sitting in the dining room downstairs, Gu Nianji told Hua Xiaoheng about He Jichu's call just now when they were having breakfast. Hua Xiaoheng looked up at her and said slowly. He Jichu released you from the blacklist. Gu Nianji, she rolled her eyes at him resentfully. Major General Hua, you still remember. Can I say that I'm a little disappointed? Hua Xiaoheng smiled faintly and got back to business. Is it that Vanderbilt lawyer from the United States? How long has it been, and you've only found your father-in-law's will now? Americans are so inefficient. Gu Nianji lowered her head and ate the porridge. It's indeed a little slow. It was so slow that she thought Yi Xian had made a mistake and that Vanderbilt didn't have her father's will. It turned out that Yi Xian was right. After breakfast, Gu Nianji called Yi Xian and told him about it over the phone. Yi Xian had been under the protection of the Special Operations Forces for the past few days, but after the bodies of Gu Xiangwen and his wife were found, their protection was withdrawn. Because Yi Xian was no longer a key figure, there was no need for the people behind the scenes to continue to oppose Yi Xian. Yi Xian didn't leave the Huaxia Empire. He continued to run his computer company in the imperial capital and lived a very peaceful life. He chatted with Gu Nianji over the phone. I went to the National Martyrs Cemetery to see Mr. Gu again. He's doing very well there. Gu Nianji's voice softened. Thank you, Yi Xian. Other than her, Yi Xian should be the other person who truly cared about Gu Xiangwen. It wasn't because of Gu Xiangwen's achievements and merits, but because of his own kindness and generosity. Yi Xian's heart was heavy when he thought of Gu Xiangwen. He said, a person like Mr. Gu deserves such treatment and status. So what? He was still dead. These treatment and status were only to make the living feel at ease. Gu Nianji sighed softly and said in a low voice, I know. I hope they can live the life they want there. The executor from the United States came very quickly this time. He arrived in the imperial capital the next day, and He Jichu personally went to the airport to pick him up. This executor was also a lawyer. He was fair and chubby, and looked very popular. He was even more low-key than Vanderbilt's lawyer. Because Vanderbilt's immediate family had all been killed, his family property could only be inherited by other relatives according to the law, so it took a lot of effort to deal with his estate. The executor had been busy until recently, and only had the time to deal with Vanderbilt's professional legacy. This part of the business was not Vanderbilt's estate, but the rights and interests of his clients. The will that Gu Xiangwen made with Vanderbilt was transferred to the executor with his death, and the executor handed it to his only legal heir, Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji came to his office under He Jichu's arrangements and met the chubby executor. "I'm William and you're serious." The executor smiled warmly and reached out to shake her hand. Gu Nianji's hand parted as soon as it touched his. She nodded politely. "Hello, I'm serious. My Chinese name is Gu Nianji." William looked at Gu Nianji carefully and said, before announcing the will, "Please forgive me for being presumptuous, but I still need to verify your immediate family status." "Of course." Gu Nianji nodded. "What do you need me to do?" William took out the official form. "There are several options to verify DNA here. Which one would you like to choose?" Gu Nianji quickly glanced at it. There were 3 options: blood sample, hair, and body fluids. Before Gu Nianji could speak, He Jichu had already pulled out a strand of her hair and handed it to William. "Hair." William took out a small transparent plastic bag with a smile and placed Gu Nianji's hair in it. "I'll announce Mr. Gu's will after I send it to the designated verification agency for verification." He was quite cautious. Although Chenlai had already verified the paternity relationship between Gu Nianji's DNA and Gu Xiangwen's body, William had to personally find a third party to verify the DNA himself according to the procedures. He couldn't get the results from others. Although DNA was the most direct way to verify, a DNA verification done by someone else could be fake. He couldn't just look at the DNA verification report issued by someone else. He had to personally find a third party he trusted to retest it. A normal will wasn't that troublesome, but Gu Xiangwen's estate was too large. These procedures were written in the will. Gu Nianji and He Jichu were both familiar with American law, so they didn't have any objections. They just had to do as William said. The third-party verification agency William found was a fertility clinic opened by an American in the imperial capital of Huaxia. They used PCR verification, which was very fast. The results were out in less than 2 hours. During this time, he was chatting happily with Gu Nianji and He Jichu. William laughed when he received the call from the clinic. "That's great. You guys are the best." He put down the phone and opened his briefcase. He took out a document and placed it in front of Gu Nianji. "Serious, this is the will your father, Gu Xiangwen, left with my client, Mr. Vanderbilt. There are 3 copies. One is kept with Mr. Vanderbilt, one is in Mr. Gu's hands, and one is in the hands of the notary. I have 2 copies here. One is in Mr. Vanderbilt's hands, and the other is in the hands of the notary. They are exactly the same." Gu Nianji nodded and looked at the 2 wills. She said, "I don't know where my father's will is. It doesn't matter." William smiled gently. These 2 wills have enough legitimacy. Gu Nianji closed her eyes. "Thank you. Please read me the contents of the will." William glanced at He Jichu and said, "Mr. He, may I ask who you are to Sirius? Irrelevant people shouldn't be here when the will was read." He Jichu was about to get up and go out, but Gu Nianji reached out and held him down. She said to William, "He's my lawyer." Since he was Gu Nianji's lawyer, he was no longer an irrelevant person. He Jichu's heart warmed, and he sat back down silently. His shimmering almond-shaped eyes stared unblinkingly at the will in William's hand. William nodded and turned to look at Gu Nianji. "Miss Gu, I will now read the will left by your father, Mr. Gu Xiangwen." He lowered his head and began to read word by word. "I, Gu Xiangwen, make this will today in the presence of a lawyer and a notary. A list of all my assets has always been with my daughter, Gu Nianji. All my assets will be inherited by Sirius. Charity the foundation will inherit. My daughter, Gu Nianji, is Sirius. Charity the executor and beneficiary of the foundation." Gu Nianji frowned. This will was concise and to the point. It didn't sound like a traditional will, but more like a clue, an arrow pointing to the answer to the mystery. From the will, Gu Xiangwen's assets weren't left to her directly, but to a charity fund named after her. If there was only this will, it meant that all of Gu Xiangwen's assets had been transferred to the charity fund, and not to Gu Nianji's name. She could draw income from the charity fund and manage its operations, but she wasn't the owner of the assets. This was fundamentally different from the holographic will that Gu Xiangwen had left in the submarine 7 years ago. Why did he do that? Gu Nianji thought about it and asked, "May I ask when my father made this will?" William looked at the inscription on the will and said a time. Gu Nianji was stunned. When Gu Xiangwen made this will, she was only 1 year old, so the will was made 18 years ago. Judging from the time, Gu Xiangwen's holographic will in the submarine had already made the will from 18 years ago invalid. Gu Nianji wasn't worried about her inheritance, but she was very curious about Sirius. Charity Foundation. May I ask who is running this charity fund? Gu Nianji asked curiously. William looked at the document and said, "This charity fund was founded by Mr. Gu Xiangwen 18 years ago. At that time, he gave Mr. Vanderbilt an initial fee that could last for 18 years. This fund had no assets, but now, it has assets." He looked at Gu Nianji with a smile. "Sirius, you are now the executor and beneficiary of a charity fund with hundreds of millions of dollars in wealth. You are rich now, you're rich." This was the first chapter of the day, chapter 1420, You're Rich. There were 2 chapters today, to remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes 8 p.m., the second chapter. Moi. Chapter 1432. Gu Nianji's eyes flashed. If this was considered a fortune, she would have been rich long ago. Why would she have waited for this will? The daylilies were already cold. In fact, Gu Xiangwen's last words on the submarine were the real and effective will. In that will, Gu Xiangwen gave all his assets directly to Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji recalled what Gu Xiangwen's holographic avatar had said. She felt sad, touched, and a faint sense of pride. She looked at the simple will that William had handed over, and her gaze froze on the 2 lines. "All my assets are to be inherited by Sirius Charity Foundation inheritance. My daughter Gu Nianji is Sirius Charity executor and beneficiary of the foundation." She suddenly remembered Charity's nature. The nature of the foundation. This independent way of operating was the same as the C Corp. It was an independent legal person. In other words, Gu Xiangwen's assets were actually given to this charity fund, not to her. She thought about Gu Xiangwen's last words on the submarine. There were also 2 sentences. "All the assets under my wife's and my name will be inherited by our biological daughter, Gu Nianji. If she is no longer in this world, all our assets will be donated to our motherland, the Huaxia Empire." Compared to the will above, there was a fundamental difference, but there was also a similarity. Just this similarity made Gu Nianji's scalp tingle. Her fingers trembled slightly, and her eyebrows twitched slightly. She suppressed the inexplicable throbbing in her heart. She raised her head and continued to smile dignifiedly at William. "Thank you for coming all the way here to help me solve this problem." William was very enthusiastic and waved his arms. "Do you need a manager for your charity fund?" "I can be your manager, if you don't mind." Gu Nianji shook her head and said, "No need. I'm a lawyer myself. I know how to run a charity fund. Besides, I don't want to inject money into this charity fund at the moment." "Huh? That won't do. According to the will, you have to." William was flabbergasted and pointed his fingers in objection. Gu Nianji stopped smiling and said lightly, "I'm sorry, my father left another will 7 years ago, so the will in your hand is actually invalid." "What? Mr. Gu left another will?" William's grayish-blue eyes were popping out. "What's going on? Does Mr. Vanderbilt know?" Gu Nianji had no obligation to answer his question. She tilted her head and extended her hand to him. Anyway, thank you very much for coming. Since you're already here, why don't you stay for a few days? I'll be the host. I'll cover your expenses. She was now a moderately wealthy woman. Even without Gu Xiangwen's assets, she still had a considerable amount of assets. William rubbed his hands and said helplessly, "Do you really have another will? If it's convenient, can I have a look?" Of course, Gu Nianji wouldn't agree. She calmly said, "No matter what, I am my father's only heir. It's just that the method of inheritance is different. The last will is the only valid one, so you don't have to worry about it." William asked again and again, but Gu Nianji didn't answer. He had no choice. He was only Mr. Vanderbilt's executor, not Gu Xiangwen's executor. After asking a few more times, he tactfully stopped talking. In any case, Gu Xiangwen's last will could only be challenged in court by a new heir. Only then could he challenge Gu Nianji and ask her to announce it. Otherwise, if she said she wouldn't take it out, no one would have the right to force her to take it out. After William left, He Jichu sat on the sofa and looked at her without moving. He said, "Gu Xiangwen has another will. Did you discover it when you found his body?" "More or less." Gu Nianji nodded. Her eyes darted around, and she didn't dare look at He Jichu. She muttered, "Professor He, I didn't mean to hide it from you." He Jichu reached out a hand to stop her from continuing. His face was livid. "That's enough. You don't have to explain to me." He didn't want to know anything about Mr. Gu Xiangwen. Gu Nianji looked over and opened her mouth. In the end, she lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. She said, "I really didn't mean to hide it from you. It's because other things are involved, so, I know. You really don't have to tell me." He Jichu rubbed his temples with a headache. His expression was as cold as ever. His eyes were lowered, and his long eyelashes were densely packed like a small fan, blocking Gu Nianji's line of sight. She couldn't see He Jichu's eyes clearly, nor could she understand his thoughts. The two of them fell silent for a moment. After a while, He Jichu calmed down and said aloofly, "Now that these things have been resolved, when will Hua Xiaoheng hold your wedding with you?" The topic had changed so quickly. Gu Nianji complained in her heart, but she didn't dare to go against He Jichu anymore. She quickly said, "We had planned to hold the wedding next year. My parents have just been buried, and it's only been a month. We might as well wait until the first anniversary next year." He Jichu frowned. "Actually, they passed away 7 years ago, right? Why are you doing this? Do you really have to observe mourning for a year?" Gu Nianji shook her hand in embarrassment. "But we only found them a month ago, so to me, they only passed away a month ago. Do you miss your parents that much?" He Jichu looked at her quietly for a while and suddenly asked. Gu Nianji nodded without hesitation. "Of course, Professor He. Don't you miss your parents?" He Jichu was stunned by her question. After another long silence, he nodded and said, "Of course I miss them too." However, he wanted to be with Gu Nianji even more. He could only feel at ease when he was where she was. Gu Nianji grabbed her small handbag and carefully persuaded him, "Professor He, you see, you miss your parents. You can visit them anytime. So you have to cherish them." He Jichu took his glass of water and took a sip. He looked away uncomfortably. "My mother passed away a long time ago." "Oh, I'm sorry." Gu Nianji blushed. "I didn't mean to." He Jichu had never mentioned his mother. "It's okay." He Jichu waved his hand and smiled bitterly. "You don't remember them. Actually, you lived in my house when you were young. You know my parents." Gu Nianji's ears pricked up almost immediately and she leaned forward. I know Professor He's parents. How come I don't remember them at all? Can you remember anything from before you were 12? He Jichu's handsome face was cold as he said coldly, you forgot them yourself, and now you're blaming them for not reminding you. Gu Nianji shrank her neck and muttered, I didn't lose my memory on purpose. It was like there was a black hole in her brain. The memories from before she was 12 had been thrown into the black hole, and she would probably never be able to find them again in this lifetime. He Jichu also knew he didn't blame her, but he still couldn't calm down. However, He Jichu's cold expression could no longer scare Gu Nianji. She was alone for a while, then her thoughts returned to the will Gu Xiangwen had made 18 years ago. Professor He, my father's will from 18 years ago said that the list of his assets has always been with me. Where do you think it would be? Gu Nianji rubbed her hair. What if I happen to forget it? He Jichu didn't want to talk to her at all. He stood up alone and went to the kitchen to pour a glass of red wine. He leaned against the kitchen counter and began drinking. Gu Nianji pondered alone in the living room. After thinking about it, she recalled the small backpack she had been carrying when she first came here. She remembered that there was a blueprint in the backpack, and she had also been carrying a doll. Also, the clothes she had been wearing at the time. Could these be clues? Gu Nianji regained her confidence and stood up happily. She went around to the kitchen and said to He Jichu, who was drinking red wine by himself, Professor He, I'll go back first. I have to look in my small backpack to see if there's anything important. He Jichu turned around, already tipsy. What small backpack? It's the small backpack I was carrying when Huashao rescued me from the car. Gu Nianji gestured excitedly. And the doll I was carrying, and the clothes I was wearing at the time. I have to check all of them carefully. He Jichu snorted and turned his high chair back to show Gu Nianji his beautiful back. I advise you not to waste your time. It's definitely not among these things. No way. How would I know if I don't look for it? Gu Nianji disagreed. If it's always been by my side, then I can only think of them. Just as she was about to open the door to leave, He Jichu's lazy voice came from behind her. If it's really among the things you mentioned, do you think Huashao and the others haven't checked it? They must have already checked it thoroughly. Your small backpack, doll, and clothes must have been X-rayed inch by inch. Why would they wait until today? If I say it's not there, it's not there. That seemed to make sense. Gu Nianji stopped at the door and thought hard about it again. She muttered to herself, if it's not among these things, then how can you say it has always been by my side? He Jichu held a glass of red wine and put one hand in his trouser pocket as he strolled out of the spacious American-style kitchen. He leaned against a pillar in the living room and stared at Gu Nianji's back. He sighed and said, where's your logical thinking? Was it eaten by your corgi dog? Gu Nianji, He Jichu walked over and didn't even look at Gu Nianji. He said coldly, Gu Xiangwen made his will 18 years ago. He said it was something that had always been by his daughter's side, so it should have been prepared by him. 18 years ago. It was also something that little Nianji liked very much and had always been by her side. Think about it, what could it be? Gu Nianji pursed her lips and felt something flash in her mind. It was as fast as lightning. You still haven't remembered. It must be. Gu Nianji suddenly turned around. Her big bright eyes were as bright as stars. Pink diamond crown. Is it a pink diamond crown? This is the second update for today, chapter 1421, difficult to calm down. There are 2 updates today to remind everyone of the monthly votes and recommendation votes. PS, it's time to recommend books. Author, Feng Qidong. Title, Female supporting characters are always transmigrated. Introduction, all kinds of mighty people can't just pick one person to wear, right? Rain and dew equally, okay? Mwah. Chapter 1433. The pink diamond crown had once belonged to Tsar Catherine of Russia and was a betrothal gift from her mother-in-law, Tsar Elizabeth. When Gu Nianji was 1 year old, Gu Xiangwen had bought it at Christie's auction house for a high price of $70 million as a gift for his daughter's first birthday. This pink diamond crown must have been something that had always been with her, right? For young girls, anything that represented their status as little princesses was their favorite. At the age where she could even wear a pillow towel and pretend to be a princess, how could she ignore such a beautiful pink diamond crown? Is it that pink diamond crown? Am I right? Gu Nianji was extremely excited. She clasped her hands and held them in front of her. Not only because of its value and its attractiveness to young girls, but also because my father left a lot of clues. Do you still remember the Taj Mahal? The reflection in the pool in front of the Taj Mahal is a young girl wearing a crown. And that note. If the handwritten English poem from the Das Clinic was pointing in the direction of Gu Xiangwen's safe deposit box in the basement of a bank in Cape Town, which contained the suicide note left by Gu Nianji's grandfather, Gu Haoze, and 5 DNA molecular blueprints, then how could the clues at the Taj Mahal not point in a special direction? Those were all clues left by Gu Xiangwen at the same time 7 years ago. Moreover, Gu Nianji now knew that the poem from the Das Clinic Little Girl Needs Daddy's handwritten English poem not only pointed to her grandfather, Gu Haoze's suicide note, but also to Gu Xiangwen's submarine that was anchored in the Cape of Good Hope. He Jichu saw Gu Nianji's eyes widen and snickered again. If you say so, so is it true or not? Gu Nianji couldn't help stomping her feet and pouted. She wanted nothing more than to pry open He Jichu's mouth with a knife. Her expression was lively and seductive, but she didn't know how lethal it was to He Jichu. His smile faded, and he pursed his lips. He looked away and resumed his cold tone. Yes or no, you'll know if you check it out yourself. She knew she wouldn't get a definite answer from He Jichu. The corners of Gu Nianji's mouth twitched as she picked up her small handbag. In that case, I'll take my leave. Goodbye, Professor He. Yeah. He Jichu didn't turn around. He waved at her as a farewell. After leaving He Jichu's villa, Gu Nianji got back into her car and said to Xiao Yi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, go to Hepingli. I have an apartment there. It was a second-hand apartment that Gu Nianji had bought with her own money. It had 2 bedrooms and a living room, about 100 square meters. Hu Xiaoheng had ordered people to renovate it and add very strict security measures. He wondered if the security measures were still in place. She remembered that the pink diamond crown was placed in a hidden safe behind the wardrobe. Hu Xiaoheng had told her the password to the safe and how to open it. Xiao Yi nodded and drove her to the Hepingli apartment complex in the 4th Ring Road. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, the two took the elevator directly to the 6th floor. The security measures here have not changed. Xiao Yi glanced around and found 4 or 5 hidden cameras in the corridor. The other end of the camera was definitely under the surveillance of the Special Operations Forces. The entire corridor and the periphery of the apartment building should be included. Xiao Yi composed herself and walked into her small apartment with Gu Nianji. The room here was much smaller than the 3rd Ring Road apartment that Gu Nianji was currently living in, but it was decorated warmly. It was obvious that it was a room for a single woman. Gu Nianji asked Xiao Yi to wait outside while she went to the bedroom. She opened the wardrobe, pulled open a partition, and found the hidden safe behind it. She skillfully entered the password and opened the safe the way Hu Xiaoheng had taught her. She saw a dark gold brocade box inside. Inside the brocade box was her pink diamond crown. Gu Nianji stared at it for a while, then reached out and took out the brocade box. When he opened the box, he saw the pink diamond-encrusted crown. The diamond was transparent and flawless. The sparkling pink color shone out from the diamond core, like the first ray of sunlight on the snow on the top of a mountain. No man-made gemstone could create this kind of texture. Not to mention the history that the diamond crown represented. Gu Nianji looked at it for a while before closing the lid and putting it in her backpack. She left the apartment with Xiao Yi. Let's go to Major General Hua's. Gu Nianji hugged her backpack and sat in the front passenger seat. She turned to Xiao Yi and said, "Thank you for today. I've disturbed your vacation." Today was actually the last day of Xiao Yi's vacation. Tomorrow, Hu Xiaoheng would return to work, and Xiao Yi's vacation would naturally end. Gu Nianji would go to the Senate tomorrow to officially take up her post. Everyone would be busy. Xiao Yi smiled and said, "Miss Gu, what are you saying? I should be the one thanking Miss Gu. I've been so depressed at home these past few days." "Huh? Really? Or a blind date?" Gu Nianji remembered that Xiao Yi had secretly called her, hoping to return to work early. Xiao Yi's face immediately fell. "Yes, there's no end to the blind dates. I don't even remember what those people look like. I just remember being busy every day going back and forth to various restaurants." Gu Nianji laughed so hard that her shoulders shook. For a great beauty like Xiao Yi, even if they knew that her job was special and that she could fight and kill, there would still be many men who liked her. She had a good family background, was beautiful, and was a colonel at a young age. She was also capable and had a good character. Only a blind man would reject such a blind date. However, a man who could catch her eye would probably be very rare. Gu Nianji couldn't help but think of Vladimir, the second in command of the KGB in Russia. He did have feelings for her, but she couldn't have feelings for him. Even if she did, she would have to strangle it. As a soldier, and a member of the disciplined force, if she couldn't even control her own feelings, how could she protect her country? Gu Nianji felt that Xiao Yi didn't have any special feelings for Vladimir. She just thought of Vladimir's infatuation and hoped that Xiao Yi's identity could be kept a secret forever so that Vladimir wouldn't find out. That way, at least she would be able to retain a beautiful memory in his heart. Therefore, Gu Nianji didn't bring up the topic again. She smiled and said, "I'll officially start work tomorrow. Can you return to the team now?" She would become the chief legal advisor of the Senate and would have her own security personnel. Xiao Yi had only been loaned out by Hu Xiaoheng to protect her during the transition period. But now that the dust had settled and Gu Xiangwen and his wife's bodies had been buried in the National Martyrs Cemetery, Gu Nianji couldn't think of any reason for Xiao Yi to still follow her. More importantly, Gu Nianji felt that it was a waste of a talent like Xiao Yi to follow her as a bodyguard. Xiao Yi didn't care if it was a waste of her talent. To her, Hu Xiaoheng's orders were orders that she had to obey. "Major General Hu ordered me to follow Miss Gu. This is my post," Xiao Yi said calmly. "Although it's indeed very comfortable to follow Miss Gu, an order is an order. I have no right to be picky." Gu Nianji giggled. "I was just saying." "Xiao Yi, don't be so serious." The two of them chatted and laughed. Soon, they arrived at the headquarters of the Special Operations Forces. Gu Nianji went to Hu Xiaoheng's official residence, and Xiao Yi returned to her dormitory. "You're back." Hu Xiaoheng poked his head out from behind the computer and looked at Gu Nianji's expression. "What's wrong? Is there a problem with the executor?" "No." Gu Nianji walked to his side and sat down. She rested her head on his shoulder and stuffed the brocade box with the pink diamond crown into his arms. She said sadly, "That was my father's will 18 years ago. Actually, it doesn't count anymore. I think the main purpose of my father's will was for this." She patted the brocade box in Hu Xiaoheng's arms. Hu Xiaoheng pulled her into his arms. He held the brocade box in one hand and placed the other on her shoulder. After a long silence, he kissed her forehead and said, "It seems like your father has been planning for a long time. I feel strange." Gu Nianji tilted her head. "Look at this pink diamond crown. Does it look like something can be hidden inside? Hua Xiaoheng glanced at her. Why do you ask? Gu Nianji took out Gu Xiangwen's will from 18 years ago. Look at this, the will was very short, and the important content was all in one sentence. The list of all my assets has always been with my daughter, Gu Nianji. Hua Xiaoheng looked at it for a long time before saying slowly, Father-in-law is really a very cautious person. Gu Nianji found it very strange when she heard the words father-in-law from Hua Xiaoheng's mouth. She tilted her head to look at him for a while and saw that he had a matter-of-fact expression on his face. She smiled and said, yes, it's just one sentence. If someone gets their hands on this will, who knows how much he has. Even the lawyer didn't know his family assets. Hua Xiaoheng's gaze shifted to the brocade box that Gu Nianji had stuffed into his arms. He picked it up and placed it on the coffee table in front of him. He said thoughtfully, you think that this diamond crown has always been with you? Gu Nianji raised an eyebrow. Isn't it? If she remembered correctly, her father, Gu Xiangwen, had bought this pink diamond crown at an astronomical price at Christie's auction house the year he made his will as her first birthday present. It was obvious that it was a precious piece of jewelry that could be used as a family heirloom and accompany her for the rest of her life. Hua Xiaoheng narrowed his eyes and moved closer to her ear. He said in an extremely low voice, isn't it me who has always been by your side? His voice was low and magnetic, like the first nocturne played by a cello at dusk on a summer day. It carried the gentleness of the evening breeze and the fragrance of grass. It was refreshing. Gu Nianji's ears were numb. She scratched her earlobe uncomfortably and glared at Hua Xiaoheng. How did my father know that you would be by my side 18 years ago? Besides, you weren't by my side all the time, at least not before I was 12. Hua Xiaoheng was just joking. He sat back down and placed one hand on the sofa's armrest. He said calmly, if it wasn't me, then it could only be this diamond crown. This is the first update of the day, chapter 1422, if you say it's yes. There are 2 updates today. A reminder to everyone about the monthly votes and recommendation votes. The second update was at 8 p.m. Chapter 1434. Gu Nianji couldn't help but look at Hua Xiaoheng carefully with her eyes wide open. What's wrong? Hua Xiaoheng rubbed his chin and looked at Gu Nianji from the corner of his eye. I know you love me deeply, but you don't have to look at me so lovingly, right? Gu Nianji reached out and pulled Hua Xiaoheng's handsome face to both sides. She smiled and said, I just want to see how thick-skinned a person can be. You're making a fuss, aren't you? Hua Xiaoheng was still serious. The most unfathomable thing in this world isn't the human heart, but the thickness of a person's skin. Pfft. Gu Nianji immediately laughed and fell into Hua Xiaoheng's arms. She hugged his neck and complained that her stomach hurt. A faint smile appeared in Hua Xiaoheng's eyes. He held her with his hand and watched her roll around on his body. When her worry disappeared from her smile, Hua Xiaoheng said, since it's in the diamond crown, have you thought about how to open it? Gu Nianji lay on Hua Xiaoheng's back and shook her head. I can't see where I can open it. There should be. Hua Xiaoheng pressed the brocade box in front of him. If you give me the authorization, I can help you find a way to open it. Gu Nianji shrugged. Up to you. I brought it here for you to do whatever you want. She didn't hesitate to hand over her most precious thing to him. This heavy trust was even more rare than her love. Hua Xiaoheng patted the back of her hand. Okay, I'll help you. Of course, the prerequisite for opening it was not to damage the diamond crown, which would require a lot of effort. Since Gu Xiangwen had put things in without destroying the diamond crown structure, there must be a way to take it out intact. However, Hua Xiaoheng opened the brocade box and took out the pink diamond crown to study for a long time, but he still had no clue. He thought about it and said, I have to take it to the office and think of a way. I'll let you know when it's opened. Okay. Gu Nianji nodded uneasily. Her mind wasn't on the list of assets in the diamond crown. Gu Nianji's eyes flickered as she caressed the will that Gu Xiangwen had made 18 years ago. She asked Hua Xiaoheng, Major General Hua, do you think there are any differences or similarities between the will that my father made 18 years ago and the holographic will that my father made in the submarine? Different and same. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it casually. The only similarity is that you will inherit all the assets. The only difference is that the method of inheritance is different, right? Hua Xiaoheng didn't know much about inheritance laws and regulations, so he didn't give Gu Nianji any further explanation. Gu Nianji smiled. The difference is indeed in the way of inheritance. 18 years ago, my father decided to invest all of his fortune in Sirius when he died. Charity Inside Foundation. Then I will be the executor and beneficiary. Actually, this property was not left to me, but to the foundation. 7 years ago, my father directly said that I would inherit all his assets, but if I passed away, all his assets would be donated to the country. But don't you think that among these differences, there is actually a little bit of internal connection, that they are completely the same? Gu Nianji narrowed her jade-like eyes, and a hint of melancholy appeared on her beautiful face. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a moment and patted her head. I can't tell. You lawyers are really obsessed with playing word games. In my opinion, your father's intention to give you all his assets has never changed. No matter what method it is, that's enough. Gu Nianji lowered her head and thought to herself, was she really thinking too much? Hua Xiaoheng's words weren't without reason. No matter what method it was her father's way of thinking for her. Thinking of this, Gu Nianji felt relieved again. She snuggled into Hua Xiaoheng's arms and said softly, You're going to work tomorrow. Yes, you're also going to the Senate tomorrow to officially take up your post. Hua Xiaoheng kissed her face. I'll send you there tomorrow. How could I dare? Gu Nianji's mood improved, and she said playfully, It's an honor for Major General Hua to personally take charge. Hua Xiaoheng chuckled softly. Please give me this opportunity, Mrs. Hua. As the two of them chatted and laughed, Gu Nianji talked about Xiao Yi again. Do you want to transfer her back? I don't think there's a need for her to follow me anymore. It's a waste of talent for an elite of the Special Operations Forces to follow me as my driver. Hua Xiaoheng thought about it for a moment. Let's take a look first. We'll talk about it after you've established yourself in the Senate and they've assigned you security personnel. Okay. Gu Nianji didn't insist because she trusted Hua Xiaoheng's judgment. The next day was Hua Xiaoheng's first day of work after his leave. His schedule was already filled with meeting arrangements. It was already the middle of July, and there would be a military parade in August. The Special Operations Forces had also been asked to participate this time. Hua Xiaoheng had returned from a month's leave. Today was his first day of work, and he was going to check on everyone's preparations. In the large conference room of the Special Operations Forces Headquarters office building, a huge rectangular conference table was placed in the middle of the room. Hua Xiaoheng sat at the head of the table. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi sat on either side of her. Zhou Qiyuan sat behind Hua Xiaoheng and took notes for him. The rest of the people at the conference table were all leaders of the Special Operations Forces. Yin Shixiang was the first to complain. He slammed his hand on the table and said, In the past, the Special Operations Forces have never participated in public events like this. Even if you think with your knees, you would know that our department is not a department that can be exposed often. Everyone was on the hot search list every now and then. How were they supposed to carry out their work if they were on television? Are you going to give up your head to the enemy? After he finished speaking, he glanced sideways at Bai Yueran. Bai Yueran frowned and didn't even look at Yin Shixiang. She stared at Hu Xiaoheng and said, "In the past, we didn't participate. Everyone understood and didn't have any special requests. But it's different this year. It's the 10th anniversary celebration this year, and it's also the first time the Special Operations Forces will officially appear in front of the entire nation since its establishment. Do you think you can just hide? Why doesn't the CIA hide from us? Why didn't the German Federal Intelligence Service hide? Why didn't Britain's MI5 hide? Why didn't Israel's Mossad hide? Do you only know how to hide? Are you an ostrich? Bury your head in the sand and pretend that no one can see your butt." After Bai Yueran finished her last sentence, she turned to look at Yin Shixiang. "Senior Colonel Yin, please advise me if I've said anything wrong." Yin Shixiang chuckled at Bai Yueran's retort and didn't take it to heart. Everyone was focused on the matter and not the person. It was all for the sake of doing a good job in the department. Hu Xiaoheng glanced at everyone and said calmly, "Ever since our Special Operations Forces became an official disciplinary force, we have been appearing all over the world. Although our work is behind the scenes, our department is not." After a pause, he looked at Bai Yueran and smiled. "Director Bai, as for the military parade, our department will definitely participate. However, due to the special nature of our work, the field personnel who are on missions don't have to join in the fun. The main members of the military parade team will be selected from your legal department, logistics department, and public relations department to undergo assault training. Although these departments belong to the Special Operations Forces, they were no different from other ordinary government agencies. Their security level was also several levels lower than that of the Field Operations Department." Bai Yueran didn't refuse. She nodded and said, "No problem. It was originally planned by our legal department, logistics department, and public relations department. However, after the military parade, it will be a private exercise. Are we not going to send field personnel to participate?" The people from the legal department, logistics department, and public relations department were not members of the regular combat force. Hu Xiaoheng had never thought of participating in a domestic military exercise. His soldiers only had one opponent, and that was the foreign intelligence agencies. Their methods of fighting were also different from those of the regular combat force. Hu Xiaoheng shook his head. "No need, we won't participate in the exercise. You just need to lead the comrades from the legal department, logistics department, and public relations department to walk properly." Meeting adjourned. Yin Shixiang couldn't help but laugh. Bai Yueran glanced at him and inadvertently turned her gaze to Zhao Liangze. However, she saw that he was sitting expressionlessly opposite Yin Shixiang, spinning a pen in his hand and not looking in her direction at all. Bai Yueran sighed secretly, packed her things, and left the conference room. Hu Xiaoheng had thought that was it, but as soon as the meeting ended, he received a call from General Ji asking him to represent General Ji and participate in the military parade and exercise. As a leading member of the command center, he would supervise the military parade and exercise. "Xiaoheng, this is a very good opportunity to train. You have to seize this opportunity. Don't just focus on the Special Operations Forces. In the future, your position will not be limited to any one department. You have to have a holistic view and have a comprehensive understanding of all aspects of the military. And this military parade and maneuver is a very good opportunity." Hu Xiaoheng immediately said, "Yes, Chief. I will leave immediately and go to Rice City to participate in the military parade and exercise." The mission of the military parade had been issued to the various troops 3 months ago. Everyone had transferred their elite soldiers and had already begun closed-door training. Hu Xiaoheng was now going to Rice City, where the military parade and exercise were being held. He was only doing a final assessment and inspection to see how everyone's preparations were going. Because there was only half a month left. He had wanted to send Gu Nianji to work at the Senate tomorrow, but now he couldn't. He had to pack his luggage and set off for Rice City immediately. He hurriedly called Gu Nianji and boarded the military plane to the city of Rewa. Because he was going to Rai City on behalf of General Ji, Hu Shaoheng did not bring Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi with him. He only brought a few of his orderlies. Rai City was located in the northwest desert of the Huaxia Empire. It was a city specially built for military exercises. It only took 2 hours to fly from the imperial capital to Rai City. However, half an hour after the plane took off, a sudden thunderstorm caused them to disappear from the radar. This was today's second update, Chapter 1423, Behind the Scenes. Today's second update was to remind everyone of their monthly votes and recommendation votes. Good night, dear ones. Chapter 1435. For a plane, there was no difference between night and day. As long as the navigation radar was working normally, they would have no problem flying. However, once something happened to the navigation radar, the difference between night and day would be huge. At this moment, in the pitch-black night sky, heavy rain poured down, and strong winds blew. Only the occasional branch-shaped lightning tore through the night sky, allowing them to see the dark clouds in front of them and the rain falling like a curtain. Hu Shaoheng pushed open the cockpit door and walked in. What happened? His voice was calm and steady, and his movements were neither fast nor slow. Soon, he calmed everyone's anxious emotions. Hello, Chief. Chief, the thunder seems to have affected the radar. We can't contact the ground. The captain who was piloting the plane was a little pale. They were piloting a military plane. The plane wasn't big, and there weren't many people on board. There were only the captain, the co-captain, a female flight attendant, 4 orderlies, and Hu Shaoheng, the Deputy Secretary General of the Military Supreme Council. The others were fine, but Hu Shaoheng was a major general. If something happened to him on their plane, they would die 1,000 times. As they spoke, another explosion of thunder came from outside the cabin. Boom! This time, the thunder resounded through the sky and directly hit the fuselage. The fuselage of the plane shook incessantly, and a piece of it had already deflated. The needle on the radar dashboard seemed to be in a daze as it spun rapidly. He couldn't even touch the north, south, east, and west. It was almost out of control. Hu Shaoheng looked at the dashboard and then at the thunderstorm outside. He said calmly, "I'll do it." He was the best fighter pilot. He was. The co-captain quickly got up and took off his headphones and oxygen mask to give to Hu Shaoheng. The captain sat in the co-captain's seat and gave his seat to Hu Shaoheng. He was the co-captain for Hu Shaoheng. At this moment, the aircraft navigation building on the ground was in chaos. Where did the chief's plane go? Have you guys contacted him? We've already called 18 ground navigation buildings along the way. Even the military navigation has been notified, but we haven't found the chief's plane. The navigators in the navigation tower were all sweating profusely and extremely anxious. This lousy thunderstorm weather. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. What's wrong with the weather station? Such a strong thunderstorm can't be predicted accurately. Civil airliners would generally avoid thunderstorms and would not take off unless it was absolutely necessary. Military aircrafts were a little stronger. They had been specially trained for thunderstorms, and the lightning resistance of military aircrafts was much stronger than that of civilian aircrafts. Generally, it was fine to fly in thunderstorms. However, the situation this time was a little different. This time, there was no sign of a strong thunderstorm. Even the weather station did not issue any warning. It was a sudden thunderstorm. They tried for half an hour but still couldn't contact Hu Shaoheng's private plane. Left with no choice, he could only report it to the higher-ups. From the leader on duty in the navigation tower to the leader of the airport, then to the military's telephone operator, company commander, regiment commander, division commander, and finally to General G. General G was still awake and reading some documents in his study. When she received the call, she stood up abruptly. What? Xiaoheng's private jet had encountered a strong thunderstorm and lost contact. I'm warning you, hurry up and get in touch. What is the weather station doing? With the strong intervention of General G, the personnel on duty at the weather station woke up the experts and nervously monitored the weather. The results of the monitoring were suffocating. Reporting to the chief, the strong thunderstorm this time was very sudden. There were no signs beforehand. The expert at the weather station looked at the data in front of him, and sweat broke out on his forehead. He wiped his sweat with a handkerchief as he trembled and said, judging from the intensity, this is not a normal thunderstorm, but a hurricane that usually forms on the ocean. Tropical cyclones formed on the ocean were generally divided into three major categories according to the intensity and speed of the wind. Wind force 8 to 9 was known as a tropical storm. Wind force 10 to 11 was known as a tropical storm. Wind force 12 and above was known as a hurricane. Tropical cyclones only formed on the ocean and would bring a lot of precipitation. Therefore, when a hurricane arrived, it would be accompanied by strong thunderstorms. This kind of weather phenomenon was common for marine countries. However, this was the inland of the Huaxia Empire. Hu Xiaoheng's private plane had just flown north, and it had been inland all the way, not the ocean. General G immediately reacted and roared, "A hurricane on the ocean? You mean, a hurricane suddenly formed on the ocean in the inland sky? What about the other planes? What about the civil airplanes? Did anything happen to them?" The leader in charge of the navigation building was also sweating profusely. He quickly said, "A few civil airliners were indeed affected, but when the storm started, they all made an emergency landing. Currently, only Major General Hu's private plane is affected. Moreover, the other civil airplanes that were affected had no problems with their radars. As soon as they discovered the storm, they immediately returned. Only Hu Xiaoheng's private plane not only did not return, but it also instantly lost contact with the ground. He didn't give them any time to react." General G felt a little better when he heard that the civil airplanes were all fine. However, when he heard that Hu Xiaoheng's private plane had almost instantly lost contact with the ground, his heart immediately jumped to his throat. What about Major General Hu's private plane? Don't tell me that even civil airplanes can return, but their military planes can't. If that was the case, why would they even fly a military plane? They might as well just send their heads to the enemy. The leader of the navigation building had no choice but to say, "Chief, it's not that the military plane can't return, but we suspect that their radar was struck by lightning and malfunctioned." A malfunctioning radar wasn't fatal to a plane, but in this kind of hurricane weather and at night, it was no different from being fatal. Motherf asterisk cur. How could there be such a coincidence? Are you sure this is a natural weather phenomenon? General G didn't stand on ceremony. What's the use of having you? He hung up the phone with a bang and said to Secretary Chow, who was standing behind him with an uneasy expression, with a cold expression, "Connect me to the weather force." The weather forecast of the weather force wasn't on the same level as the civilian weather station. They had the best equipment and top-notch talents. Most importantly, their mission wasn't just to predict the weather. "Hello, Chief. What orders do you have?" The leader of the weather force was woken up from his bed in the middle of the night. He rushed to the duty room and spoke to General G on the phone. "I heard that there's a strong thunderstorm here tonight. I heard that it's a hurricane. Did you predict it?" They quickly gathered the data and placed it in front of the leader of the weather force. The leader of the weather force took a quick look and said to General G, "There's no indication that it's a weather war from another country against our country. However, this weather is indeed very strange. However, because the intensity is too great, the possibility of it being man-made has been ruled out. As far as he knew, no country in the world had mastered such a hurricane technology. If they could create a hurricane of this intensity, then there would be no need for conventional combat preparations. They could just use a hurricane to wipe out all the other parties' strategic facilities. In other words, a country that could create a hurricane of this intensity was no longer on the same technical level as other countries. It was just like in the primitive era of cold weapons, when someone suddenly mastered gunpowder technology and created guns and cannons. A country with a big knife and a red tasseled spear would become a fish on the chopping board of the other party and could only be at the mercy of others. General G listened to the report of the leader of the weather force for a long time and ruled out the possibility of human interference, but his heart suddenly sank. Okay, continue to monitor. Report immediately if there's anything. After hanging up the phone, General G sat down dejectedly in the round chair. If it was a weather war launched by another country, it would be fine. At least they would have a direction to work hard to rescue. Whether it was a negotiation or a targeted counterattack, it would be useful. However, if it was the power of nature, there was nothing they could do. They could only resign themselves to fate. Time passed minute by minute. Hua Xiaoheng sat in the pilot's seat and looked ahead. When there was no lightning, there was thick darkness in front of the plane. The waterfall-like rain hit the fuselage, and the small military plane was like a small boat in the vast ocean, passing through the clouds, lightning, and heavy rain. The people around him were all soldiers, and they were not timid people who were afraid of death. However, in front of the power of nature, their faces were still pale with fear. What should we do? Chief, we can't fly out. We can't even tell the direction. What should we do? If another plane flies over. The plane shook violently, and it was more dizzying than riding a roller coaster. Hua Xiaoheng didn't say a word. He looked at the weather and held the rudder in his hand. However, he suddenly remembered the time Gu Nianji had been in danger in the Caribbean Sea on her 18th birthday. It was the same hurricane, the same lightning, the same strong wind, and the same torrential rain. But how could there be a hurricane like the one in the Caribbean Sea here? However, when he thought of the hurricane, Hua Xiaoheng's eyes lit up. How could he have forgotten? That time, he had piloted the fighter jet directly through the eye of the storm, attacked the pirates, and saved Gu Nianji. This time, as long as they flew into the eye of the storm, they would be safe for the time being. Hua Xiaoheng had an idea. He gripped the rudder tightly and said calmly, "Go back and sit properly. Fasten your seat belts. I promise to land you safely." The people on the plane looked at each other, but even if they didn't believe Hua Xiaoheng's words, they couldn't jump out to refute him. Besides, he was the chief, so they could only listen to his orders. Yes, chief. Other than the captain in the co-pilot seat, everyone else returned to their seats and fastened their seat belts. Just as everyone sat down, there was a loud bang, and another bolt of lightning hit the fuselage. The captain's face was pale as he said, "Chief, if this continues, even if we can escape the storm, we won't be able to escape the explosion of the plane itself." Now he was glad that the previous bolt of lightning had only damaged the radar. If the first bolt of lightning had hit the fuel tank, they would all have died in the line of duty. Hua Xiaoheng grunted. "I know. I'll turn off the engines on both sides. Listen to my orders, open the fuel tank door, and empty all the oil. That way, we won't have to worry about the lightning hitting the fuel tank and exploding." "Ha!" The captain raised his head abruptly and looked at Hua Xiaoheng as if he was looking at a lunatic. "Turn off the engines on both sides. Empty all the oil. How will the plane fly then?" It wasn't impossible for the plane to glide and make a forced landing when both engines failed at the same time, but it wasn't at such a high altitude, nor was it in such weather. At such a high altitude and in such weather, the plane would only crash if it lost power. Hua Xiaoheng didn't have the patience for this person. He didn't explain and used his strength to hold the rudder. He suddenly rushed forward and directly rushed into the eye of the storm of the hurricane. There was a violent jolt, tremor, and the world spun. It was as if they had entered the void. Clouds and mist lingered, but the heavy rain suddenly disappeared. After a while, the plane calmed down. They had really entered the eye of the storm. This was the most peaceful area in the entire hurricane. Hua Xiaoheng growled, "Release the oil." The captain was so scared that he trembled. "Are you really going to release it?" "Release the oil." Hua Xiaoheng gritted his teeth and said for the second time, "If you don't release it, you'll be shot." The captain saw that he would die if he released the oil, so he closed his eyes and opened the fuel tank door according to Hua Xiaoheng's instructions. Tons of oil began to spray into the air and fall from the fuselage. The weight of the plane quickly began to decrease, and in the center of the storm, it began to float lightly. Hua Xiaoheng stared at the dashboard and calculated the ratio between the wind speed and the weight of the plane in his mind. He turned off the engines on both sides and controlled the plane completely by feeling. He looked for the direction of the wind in the eye of the storm and glided down. The radar on the plane had failed, and the steering wheel was also affected by the strong magnetic field. However, no matter what, the direction of the cyclone would not change. As long as it was within the range of the blue planet, the gravitational field would guide the direction of the wind. As long as he followed the direction of the cyclone's descent, he would know where the land was. Hua Xiaoheng relied on his excellent understanding and experience of the airflow and the influence of gravity to steer the plane in the direction of its rapid descent. He used all his strength to stabilize the plane. The muscles on his arms were knotted, and the veins on the back of his hands were bulging. 10,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters. Gradually, the influence of the storm was not so great, and the situation on land could be seen clearly. They didn't know if the ground already knew that they were in danger. Although the rain was pouring, the land below them was brightly lit. Even the uninhabited places were lit up with military signal lights. Rows and rows were like pearls sprinkling on the ground, guiding the direction of the landing. There was a burst of cheers on the plane. "We're saved!" Hua Xiaoheng informed the people on the plane, put on the parachute and prepared to jump. The captain was surprised and happy, but also a little sad. He said, "Chief, you jump first. I'll take over the plane." He was already satisfied that there was still hope for the people on the plane to survive after such a big incident. As long as the chief and the others successfully jumped, he would die without regrets. Hua Xiaoheng glanced at him and said, "You take them and jump first. I'll be fine." "Chief! You can't do this." The captain was anxious and almost pounced over to grab the rudder from Hua Xiaoheng's hand. "I'll bring up the rear. If you jump, I'll jump." This was the first chapter of the day, 4,000 words, chapter 1424, "I'll jump if you jump." I heard that the double monthly votes have begun. Dear friends, you can vote for your monthly votes now. It was 8:00 in the evening. Chapter 1436. If I jump, you'll jump. Don't you want the plane to crash and die? Hua Xiaoheng reprimanded him coldly. This is an order. If you say another word, you'll be punished by military law. The captain was pushed away by Hua Xiaoheng. The 1.8-meter-tall man's eyes turned red in front of Hua Xiaoheng. He wiped his face with the back of his hand, pulled up the parachute beside his seat, unbuckled his seatbelt with a bang, and left the cockpit without looking back. When he reached the outside, he waved his hand. "Follow me, parachute." Parachuting in bad weather was a necessary training program for aviation soldiers like them. Hua Xiaoheng's 4 orderlies were not ordinary soldiers. They had undergone special training in all aspects of water, land, and air to be Hu Xiaoheng's orderlies. Without saying a word, they carried their parachutes and lined up to the cabin door. The captain stood by the cabin door and looked at everyone's faces. "I'll count to 1, 2, 3. You jump first." He pointed at the co-pilot and said. That was his second in command, who completely obeyed his orders. "Yes, Captain." The co-pilot saluted him, then put on his night vision goggles and helmet, and tightened his parachute bag. 1, 2, 3. The captain counted and suddenly opened the cabin door. A cold wind blew against his face with water vapor. The co-pilot put his legs together and dove into the vast night outside the cabin door. Next was the female flight attendant. She saluted the captain and dove down as well. Then it was Hu Xiaoheng's 4 orderlies. They were still calm and jumped down one after another. They were still in the eye of the storm, but the closer they got to land, the weaker the storm became. The rain had almost stopped, and the clouds were gradually dissipating. The ground with flashing signal lights was right in front of them. The captain said to Hu Xiaoheng through the walkie-talkie, "Chief, everyone has jumped." "I'm jumping." With that, he jumped out of the cabin door. At this time, they were less than 3 kilometers from the ground. This distance was not difficult for them. They did not know where they were, but judging from the lights on the ground, they should not be far from Rice City, or rather, they were within the range of Rice City. This was because only the people at the military base in Rice City knew of the arrival of their private plane. Dark blue umbrella flowers bloomed in the pitch-black night sky. Their walkie-talkies began to adjust their frequency to get in touch with the ground troops. Military vehicles drove out of the military base in Rice City and rushed to the spot where they had jumped. At the same time, General Ji, who had been nervously watching the development of the situation in the imperial capital, received a call from the Rice City Military Command Center. Reporting to the chief, Major General Hu's private plane has appeared, and all the personnel on board have parachuted. End of report. General Ji breathed a huge sigh of relief and immediately ordered, when Major General Hua and the others land successfully, have him video call me immediately. Yes, Chief. However, these people found the captain, co-captain, and female flight attendant of the private plane. They also found the 4 orderlies, but found that Hu Xiaoheng was still in the plane and had not jumped out. An urgent call was made to General Ji's office. Reporting to Chief. Major General Hua hadn't jumped yet. Major General Hua hasn't jumped yet. General Ji's heart, which had just calmed down, was in his throat again. At that moment, Hu Xiaoheng was still piloting the plane calmly. Although both engines had been shut down and the radar had failed, he relied on his superb piloting skills to take advantage of the gaps in the airflow of the storm. A plane was faintly discernible in the clouds and gradually descended to the ground. The scene on the ground could already be seen clearly. Hu Xiaoheng could see that there was a river here. He planned to crash land on the river. This way, he could preserve the plane and let the technicians study the cause of the accident. At the same time, he could protect himself as much as possible. However, just as he piloted the military plane out of the eye of the storm and began to fly over the river, the portable surface-to-air missile launcher at the Rice City military base suddenly rumbled. What's going on? There's an enemy. Rice City was equipped with a full set of air defense equipment. Although it was used for a drill, everything was real, especially the portable surface-to-air missile launcher. The missiles inside were real. It was originally specially equipped for the military parade and drill. The drill hasn't started yet. Why is it spinning? The combat personnel in charge of monitoring the air defense equipment were confused. However, the computer in front of them did show the enemy's situation. The enemy's air power was approaching their base step by step. Radar station. Radar station. What's going on over there? Why is our portable surface-to-air missile launcher moving? The atmosphere in the air defense combat room of the Rise City drill base suddenly became tense. The combat personnel at the radar station nervously checked the equipment, but did not see anything unusual. Report. There's nothing unusual on our side. The radar shows that everything is normal. Then is it a problem with the air defense system? The combat personnel in the air defense combat room of Rise City suddenly discovered the problem. Not good. The surface-to-air missile is locked onto Major General Hua's private plane. They already knew about Major General Hua's private plane being in danger. Moreover, the base had just sent a car out to pick up the parachutists. They didn't expect Major General Hua to still be on the plane while everyone else had jumped. Everyone was touched by such a major general and felt warm in their hearts. Now that they thought about it, they felt cold from head to toe. If something happened to Major General Hua, how much would the country and the military suffer? And the guys from the Special Operations Forces would tear down their base. Hurry up and cancel the portable surface-to-air missile launcher over there. However, the cancellation function on the control system did not seem to work. No matter how hard they pressed, the portable surface-to-air missile launcher was still aimed in the direction of Hua Xiaoheng's private plane. The system automatically aimed and locked onto the target with infrared. Surface-to-air missiles all used infrared guidance and tracked the target according to the heat source. The portable missiles installed in their base were both light and powerful. They could be removed from the launcher at any time and carried on their shoulders to fire. They had specially used a simple launcher to equip this kind of portable surface-to-air missile at the Rise City military base. It was all electronically controlled. Originally, it was for an all-electronic air combat red and blue exercise. However, they did not expect that before the exercise had officially begun, this system seemed to have its own consciousness. Not only could it automatically search for targets, but it could also automatically lock onto targets and activate the missile system. The computer program controllers at the Rise City military base frantically entered instructions, but they were not accepted by the system. What should we do? We can't cancel it. Aren't you very F*King capable? You can't even handle a set of electronic equipment. The commander of the air defense combat room in Rise City was so anxious that his eyes turned red. He quickly picked up the phone to inform the ground crew of the surface-to-air missile system and said loudly, "Smash it with an axe. Let's see how it can fire automatically." But it was already too late. As soon as they finished speaking, they heard a whistling sound. They looked up and saw a fiery red missile rise from their launch base, speeding toward the approaching plane in the clouds. Boom! With a crisp and loud bang, smoke rose and flames shot in all directions. The portable surface-to-air missile accurately hit Hua Xiaoheng's private plane. Oh my God! The commander knelt on the ground with his head in his hands, tears rolling down his cheeks. Chief! He covered his face, not daring to look at the collision between the missile and the plane. Hua Xiaoheng noticed something strange the moment the plane was locked onto by the missile. Although the plane's radar had malfunctioned, all the oil had been emptied, and the engine had been shut down, it was still a military plane. When the plane was immediately locked on by the missile, another set of emergency devices on the plane was activated, and an urgent alarm sounded. This emergency system had its own backup battery and was not affected by the aviation oil. When Hua Xiaoheng heard the emergency system's alarm, he immediately knew that something had happened. He didn't have time to think too much. With a whoosh, he pulled off the parachute above his head and carried it on his back. With one hand on the seat, he jumped out of the seat and rushed out of the cockpit. He came to the wide-open cabin door, put his feet together, kicked his legs, and jumped towards the river on the ground. Before he could open his parachute, an earth-shattering explosion came from above. The missile hit the private plane. With a whoosh, in the blink of an eye, huge sparks rose in midair, and the military plane instantly burned into a huge fireball. Shrapnel flew everywhere, and the high-temperature flames were burning fiercely as they attacked Hu Xiaoheng's back. He did not open his parachute. Instead, he endured the pain and relied on his own weight to fall rapidly. Because if he opened his parachute at this time, the high-temperature flames would definitely destroy his parachute immediately. Then, he would be waiting to fall to his death. The plane above his head was almost blown to pieces by the missile. When it fell, it let out a whistling scream. Like a burning meteor shower, it chased after Hu Xiaoheng's head and fell. Hu Xiaoheng saw that the water was getting closer and closer, and the scorching temperature behind him was getting farther and farther away. Only then did he open his parachute just before he fell to the ground. With a soft whooshing sound, the dark blue umbrella opened up, as if another blue flower had bloomed in the air. However, the debris of the plane above his head fell like rain, and there were flames of all sizes. Soon, a few holes were smashed in his parachute. Air passed through the holes, and the umbrella could no longer support his weight. Hu Xiaoheng's fall only slowed down for a moment before he found that the parachute had broken. He couldn't control the speed of his fall at all. Fortunately, there was a river below. He had originally wanted to crash land on this river. Hu Xiaoheng pulled the parachute rope tightly and calmly adjusted the direction and speed of his descent in the air. Finally, at the last moment before a large piece of burning wings smashed towards his head, he fell into the river with a plop. The wreckage of the private plane also fell into the water. The flames were drowned by the river, and with a sizzle, they turned into thick black smoke and drifted over the river. Not far away, countless cars were speeding over with their headlights on. The headlights pulled out a long line, illuminating the road by the river. This is today's second update, Chapter 1425, Stars Falling Like Rain. I heard that the double monthly votes have begun. Dear friends, you can vote for your monthly votes now. Chapter 1437. Countless soldiers jumped out of the vehicles, jumped into the river, and swam towards where Hu Xiaoheng had fallen. They had professional diving equipment, and there were many people. The river wasn't deep, so they quickly found Hu Xiaoheng's trail. It turned out that Hu Xiaoheng had already fainted when he fell into the water. Everyone knew that there was only one outcome when one fainted in the water, and that was drowning. Fortunately, they were able to make it in time. A few soldiers who swam the fastest quickly surrounded Hu Xiaoheng and fished him up from the bottom of the water and brought him to shore. The ambulance and field doctors and nurses were on standby. As soon as Hu Xiaoheng was rescued, they immediately gave him first aid. Hu Xiaoheng's body was in good condition. When he fell into the water just now, he had fainted because he had fallen from a high altitude and was knocked unconscious by the huge impact of entering the water. After controlling the water in his throat, he put on an oxygen mask and performed a little CPR, and he woke up. The most serious injury on his body was the burn on his back, but it only looked scary. After cleaning and dressing, not even a scar would be left in a few days. Hu Xiaoheng lay in the ambulance and quickly took off his oxygen mask. He video-called General G. General G was burning with anxiety and couldn't wait. He only breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Hu Xiaoheng appear on the phone screen alive. Then he scolded him with a straight face. "You're too much. You didn't jump immediately. Is this the time to show off your heroism?" General G felt sorry for Hu Xiaoheng. He had to let others jump first in a life and death situation. Had he ever thought that his value alone was more than all those people combined? Hu Xiaoheng didn't think so. He said calmly to the phone screen, "Every soldier is the most precious, Chief. Besides, I was the captain at the time. How could I abandon others and jump first? Just like the captain, when the ship had an accident, the captain must be the last to evacuate. If a captain evacuated before others, it was illegal in many countries and would be sentenced by the court." As for Hu Xiaoheng, although he wasn't the official captain of the military plane, he was the one who took over the plane. He was also the one who demanded that all the oil be drained and the 2 engines be turned off for gliding and landing. He had already become the de facto captain. If he didn't take responsibility and bring up the rear, was he supposed to watch others die? He couldn't do it, and he never thought that his life was more precious than others. Everyone only had one life. Everyone had a high or low position, but there was no difference in status. In this regard, he and Gu Nianji were secretly compatible. General Ji frowned at him but didn't scold him. Rest well. Are you hurt? If you're injured, come back and recuperate. Don't participate in the parade or the drill. Hua Xiaoheng shook his head. I wasn't hurt. I just fainted for a while after falling into the water. I'm fine now. He waved his arm, and the military doctor next to him didn't dare lie to General Ji. He said honestly, Major General Hua's back was burned by the explosion, and there were signs of infection when he fell into the water, but it's not serious. If you don't have a fever today, you'll be fine. General Ji nodded. I'll hand him over to you. Take care of his health. After hanging up the phone, General Ji held another emergency meeting and set up a task force to investigate the incident of a portable surface-to-air missile going out of control at the military base in Yi City. Whether it was intentional or a system malfunction, he had to get to the bottom of it. He couldn't let his beloved general suffer such an injury for nothing. Hua Xiaoheng turned off his phone and closed his eyes to rest. At this time, the sky had already turned white. Several military vehicles carrying Hua Xiaoheng roared into the military base in Rai City. There were a lot of people waiting there. The captain, co-captain, flight attendant, and 4 orderlies on the special plane who had come with him were the first to welcome him anxiously. They refused to go back to the dormitory to rest without seeing Hua Xiaoheng. Did you find the chief? Is the chief all right? Hua Xiaoheng's military uniform was drenched in the river, and his suitcase had been blown up. He had no choice but to change into a new coat in the ambulance and walk out of the ambulance wearing the military uniform of the local army. Chief! Chief! A group of people surrounded Hua Xiaoheng, crying and laughing at him. Everyone was excited. Hua Xiaoheng patted their shoulders and comforted them gently. It's okay, it's okay. This time, it was an uncontrollable accident. As a soldier, how could he go on a mission and look at the almanac? Although he didn't expect the missile to hit him, the bad weather ahead was nothing to him. Now that he saw that his own people were fine, he did not say much. Of course, he had to settle the score. A commander of the military base also rushed over. Chief, it's great that you're fine. His eyes were red. It was the regiment commander who had almost cried to the ground just now. Hua Xiaoheng looked at his rank and said, Are you the air defense commander here? Yes, Chief. He quickly saluted with an uneasy expression. I order all the contents of your air defense system to be sealed. From now on, no one is allowed to approach the air defense system command room. As Hua Xiaoheng spoke, he gestured to his 4 orderlies. They immediately rushed into the air defense command room with their weapons and chased all the people inside out. Then, they cut off the power supply and the local area network. The 4 of them guarded the air defense command room from north, south, east, and west. The people at the military base did not dare to stop or resist. The surface-to-air missile had suddenly lost control and even sent out a missile to hit the chief's private plane. This matter was not so easy to erase. Moreover, they also wanted to know the reason. They wanted to know more than anyone else. The commander of the Air Defense Command Room actively cooperated with Hua Xiaoheng's investigation and quickly said, Chief, I can hand over all the electronic equipment here. We must find out the cause of the accident. If someone is causing trouble from within, they will definitely be punished by military law. Hua Xiaoheng nodded calmly. Don't be burdened by your thoughts. Don't think that I'm making a mountain out of a molehill. Think about it carefully. This matter can indeed be big or small. If it's only my private plane, it's not a big deal. At most, I'll die alone. But if on the day of the official military parade, our own weapons suddenly lose control and fire at our rostrum, have you thought about how serious the consequences will be? When Hu Xiaoheng said this, everyone came back to their senses and couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If that was really the case, then all of them, including the combat command and ordinary soldiers at the military base, would be in extreme danger. Got it, Chief. We will immediately take emergency measures. The leaders of the base rushed over and escorted Hu Xiaoheng to the base's headquarters. Hu Xiaoheng patiently met the leaders and representatives of the combat troops here. He shook hands with them one by one and brought General Ji's instructions and expectations. At the same time, he smiled and said, "Everyone is so kind to me. I really don't deserve such a big firework." The commanders of the military base were so embarrassed that they almost hid under the table. Hu Xiaoheng quietly sized them up one by one. With his professional qualities, he couldn't see anyone suspicious. Although he was still smiling, his heart sank. At this time, he would rather there was a traitor. If there wasn't even a traitor, then the consequences would be even more serious. Hu Xiaoheng chatted with everyone for a while more, then asked them to go back and write down what had happened that day. They waited for notification before going to their residences in the military base. That night, they spent it in a state of extreme tension and exhaustion. Hu Xiaoheng was also injured, so he fell asleep almost as soon as he hit the pillow. When the Imperial Capital Special Operations Forces headquarters received the news, Hu Xiaoheng had already been rescued. However, Yin Shixiang, Zhao Liangze, and Zhou Qiyuan refused to let it go. They interrogated the relevant personnel at the Rai City military base through video. From the plane's sudden encounter with a hurricane and thunderstorm to being locked on by the military base's portable surface-to-air missiles, every detail made them furious. Do you King want to die? If you want to die, you should have said so earlier. If we die, you'll still be cremated. Yin Shixiang moved the joints of his hands. His expression was very ugly as he cursed at the enemy's commander on the video. The other party was scolded like a grandson, but he didn't dare to say a word back. Because they really deserved to be scolded. If their commander had been treated like this by the other party, their entire team would have rolled up their sleeves and started fighting. What the *CK? Zhao Liangze wasn't as impulsive as Yin Shixiang. He calmly looked at the commander, whose face was as red as Guan Yu, and said, "What did you mean when you said the system automatically locked on? If your people didn't do it on purpose, could it be that your system was hacked?" They had done this kind of thing before, so they knew very well. The commander on the other side shook his head repeatedly and said, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our system isn't connected to the outside world. How could hackers hack in? If it's not connected to the outside world, then there must be an internal problem." Zhao Liangze stood up. "I have to go to your place. This won't do." The Rai City military base was indeed disconnected from the outside world. They had their own local area network and were not connected to the outside world's internet. In theory, if the network was completely disconnected from the outside world, hackers could not attack from the outside. But who said that hackers could not attack from the inside? Zhao Liangze knew that Gu Nianji had been able to hack into the German Federal Intelligence Agency's internet because Reinitz had opened a back door for her on the internet. Yin Shixiang also stood up and pointed at his eyes with a sneer. He said, "I'll go take a look too. With my eyes, no matter what demons or ghosts there are, they will have to show their true colors." Zhou Qiyuan turned off the video call and nodded to Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang. "You two should indeed go. Major General Hua is the only one there, so I'm worried." Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang shook hands with him. Brother Qiyuan, I'll leave the matters here to you. We won't be at ease if we don't go and take a look. There are still 2 weeks until the official military parade and exercise. Who knows if there will be any more trouble. This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1426, Accountability. The double monthly votes had begun. Dear friends, you can cast your monthly votes now. At 8 p.m., the second update. P.S. Everyone's monthly votes work hard for one more day. Maybe it will stimulate me to the point of being on steroids and fight for the third update tomorrow. Chapter 1438. Zhou Qiyuan nodded with a serious expression. It seems like someone wants Major General Hua's life. You have to be very careful this time. With us here, they want Major General Hua's life. Let's ask them how many lives they have first. Yin Shixiang kicked the leg of the conference table with a fierce and arrogant expression. Zhao Liangze raised the corners of his eyes and smiled sinisterly. Well said. If we're just decorations, then they can only be tributes. Zhou Qiyuan knew what they were capable of. He patted them on the shoulder with one hand and said, You guys go. You must protect Major General Hua. Then I'll leave it to you. Zhao Liangze also patted Zhou Qiyuan on the shoulder. Zhou Qiyuan's expression was serious. Don't worry, I still have Xiao Yi on my side. Oh, I forgot about her. Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang laughed at the same time. Xiao Yi was not just an ordinary person. Fortunately, she's back. Otherwise, we'd have one less person. Yin Shixiang turned to look at Zhao Liangze. I'll go pack another box of clothes and daily necessities for Major General Hua. What about you? Zhao Liangze said, I need to pack my computer equipment. I need to bring a lot of equipment this time. There are 4 of us. It's enough for Hua Xiaoheng to have no worries. Zhou Qiyuan sat back behind his desk and started making calls to arrange a private plane for Zhao Liangze and Yin Shixiang. It was 8:00 in the morning when the two of them boarded the military plane to Rai City. Gu Nianji had just gotten into Xiao Ye's car and was heading to the Senate to officially take up her post. She chatted and laughed with Xiao Yi the entire way. She was in a very good mood until Xiao Yi received a call from Zhou Qiyuan. Xiao Yi, something happened to the chief last night. We don't know how serious the situation is at the moment, so maybe we'll let you handle it. We'll wait for Major General Hua's notification for the specific job transfer. Zhou Qiyuan was very serious on the phone. Don't let Miss Gu know for now. If she wants to know, we'll have to ask Major General Hua. Xiao Ye's expression changed, but she quickly calmed down. Their chief had actually been treated like that in Rai City. As a member of the Special Operations Forces, everyone felt humiliated. Gu Nianji saw that Xiao Yi had suddenly fallen silent after answering the phone and quickly said, What's wrong? What happened? Xiao Yi glanced at Gu Nianji and didn't tell her the truth. This was their internal affairs. If Gu Nianji wanted to know, only Hua Xiaoheng could tell her personally. Gu Nianji saw that Xiao Yi was avoiding the topic, so she didn't pursue the matter. She smiled and opened Weibo on her phone to browse the news. Because she had lived with Hua Xiaoheng in the military camp for 6 years, she was also very interested in the military and often followed military bloggers. As soon as she opened the homepage, a few hot searches made her raise her eyebrows. Hashtag Lifetime Series. Personally witnessing a missile hitting a plane. Coordinates, Rai City, you know hashtag is there something big going on? Hashtag I heard the plane of a high-ranking military official was shot down hashtag Gu Nianji's heart sank. She was about to open it to take a closer look, but as soon as she clicked on it, she realized that the post had already been deleted. Following that, the news could no longer be found on the internet. It was as if the tags she saw just now were just her eyes playing tricks on her. Gu Nianji immediately remembered that Hu Xiaoheng had suddenly called her last night and said that General Ji had sent him to Rice City to participate in the organization of the military parade, so he wouldn't be able to send her to work. This mission wasn't a secret, so Hu Xiaoheng mentioned it to her. He even said that she would be able to see him on TV on the day of the military parade. She carefully calculated the time. The events, time, and location mentioned in the tags just now all seemed to be right. Coupled with the special nature of Hu Xiaoheng's work, the more Gu Nianji thought about it, the more flustered she became. She couldn't help but call Hu Xiaoheng's phone. It rang a few times, and the call was immediately picked up. Hu Xiaoheng's slightly lazy and deep voice came from the phone. "Nianji, are you at work?" Hu Xiaoheng had just fallen asleep. As soon as he heard Gu Nianji's specific ringtone, he reflexively picked up his phone and answered the call. He was actually still half asleep. "I'm still on my way." Gu Nianji breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at her watch and asked in surprise, "You're still sleeping? Didn't you sleep last night?" It was past 8 in the morning. Hu Xiaoheng usually woke up at 6 for morning exercises and was back for breakfast by 7. Hu Xiaoheng woke up. He held his phone in one hand and rested the other on his forehead. He chuckled. That voice had its own seductive pheromones that made people's legs go weak. Gu Nianji's ears went numb, and her voice involuntarily became charming. She said angrily, "What are you laughing at? I was so worried about you. And you still know how to laugh at me. What are you worried about? You still have to worry about me." Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes and said calmly, "Are you going to be late for work?" Gu Nianji looked at her watch. Damn, it seemed like she was really going to be late. She quickly urged Xiao Yi, who was driving, hurry up, hurry up. We're going to be late." Xiao Yi was uneasy. She had indeed been a little distracted just now. She quickly composed herself, stepped on the accelerator, and shot out like an arrow. Gu Nianji, after hanging up the phone, Gu Nianji realized that she had been distracted by Hu Xiaoheng again. She was angry and amused at the same time. However, although she was worried, she had called and knew that he was fine, so she didn't think too much about it. Because it was useless to think too much. Combined with the Weibo topic she had seen today and Hu Xiaoheng's attitude, Gu Nianji knew without thinking that the most dangerous moment had passed. Hu Xiaoheng had already averted the danger. She had no choice but to pretend that she didn't know anything. She didn't want Hu Xiaoheng to feel burdened. She hoped that he was still the same person, and not someone who would change himself to make her feel at ease. Just like how Hu Xiaoheng wanted her to be herself, and not a woman who would sacrifice her self-worth for the sake of a man. The car sped all the way and finally arrived at the Senate at 8:30 on time. Speaker Long had woken up early today and was actually waiting for her in his office. After she arrived, she first went to the various departments to complete the official entry procedures. Everyone was already very familiar with her, and they also knew that she was Hu Xiaoheng's fiancée and Mr. Gu Xiangwen's biological daughter. They were both respectful and warm to her, and the procedures were completed very quickly. All the departments gave the green light, and it only took 15 minutes for everything to be completed. Gu Nianji put on the sign of the chief legal advisor of the Senate and wore a slightly mature navy blue professional suit as she arrived at Speaker Long's office. Speaker Long looked her up and down and nodded in satisfaction. "Nianji, you've finally become a member of the Senate." Gu Nianji smiled. "Speaker Long, don't say that. I'll be proud." "Ha ha ha ha. You should be proud. We serve the country, so how can we not have a little pride?" Speaker Long admired Gu Nianji's attitude very much, and personally took her to the various departments to formally introduce her to everyone. "This is Lawyer Gu, and also the chief legal advisor of our Senate. In the future, if anyone has a legal problem, they must immediately inform Lawyer Gu's office. Since Gu Nianji was the chief legal advisor of the Senate, she certainly wasn't a commander without an army. I announced that in the next month, Lawyer Gu will be forming her team. If anyone is willing to sign up, you can immediately submit the application to her. Speaker Long smiled as he announced the recruitment information that had been discussed long ago. Although Gu Nianji was mentally prepared, she still blushed slightly. What did she have to do? She actually had her own team. She followed Speaker Long back to the top floor, and her current office area was opposite Speaker Long's office. The two of them occupied a full 2/3 of the top floor. Looking at the words, Chief Lawyer Gu Nianji, gilded on the door, Gu Nianji suddenly felt a sense of belonging. This was her world, her battlefield. She would overcome all obstacles here, and she would be invincible. Gu Nianji walked in and looked at the brand new tables and chairs in the office, the large glass windows on the entire wall, and the room full of sunlight. She took a deep breath, turned to Speaker Long, and said, Speaker Long, thank you. I like it here very much. As long as you like it. Speaker Long smiled like a Maitreya Buddha. There is one more person, and I recommend her to be your office director. Gu Nianji nodded with a smile. No problem. The person recommended by Speaker Long must be amazing. Speaker Long chuckled and turned to his secretary. Ask Rong Mingxing to come up. Gu Nianji blinked, and her eyes involuntarily drifted in the direction of the door. Rong Mingxing. Is it really Rong Mingxing? Yes, she resigned from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I think she is a promising talent, so I asked her if she would like to work in the Senate. She agreed, but you have to agree to let her be your office director. Speaker Long knew that Gu Nianji and Rong Mingxing had become sworn friends in India, and his intuition told him that they should be able to become work partners. Gu Nianji smiled and said, as long as she doesn't think it's a waste of her talent, I have no problem. Although she was the director of the Office of the Chief Legal Counsel, most of her work was administrative work. Rong Mingxing also graduated from B University Law School, so Gu Nianji was worried that she might not be willing to do these things. But when Rong Mingxing walked in, the first thing she said was, Lawyer Gu, please give me this opportunity. She looked at Gu Nianji nervously, obviously hoping to get the position. Gu Nianji trusted her character very much. She only thought about it for a second, then nodded and reached out to her. Director Rong, it's been a pleasure working with you. From now on, the legal affairs of the Senate would be handled by the two fledgling women. Rong Mingxing held Gu Nianji's hand tightly and said gratefully, Lawyer Gu, I will definitely work hard. If there is anything wrong with me, please advise me. Without the influence of Secretary Yang, Rong Mingxing returned to being a generous and amiable girl. After officially joining the Senate, Gu Nianji and Rong Mingxing began the screening of their own team. In addition to recruiting within the Senate, they also openly recruited from the public. For a while, there were many applicants and resumes were received. Compared to Gu Nianji's team building in full swing, Hu Xiaoheng's investigation was also going smoothly. Ever since he arrived at the Rai City military base, he had focused on the exercise. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi took a private plane to the Rai City military base the day after the accident. Although Hu Xiaoheng had scolded them, he was still quite happy. He really needed help, and he needed help that he could trust. With their help, the cause of the accident was quickly found out. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1427, I Will Be Proud. Double the monthly votes. You can vote for your monthly votes now. P.S. Thank you to the leader of Bagel 16 for the 10,000 Chidian coins yesterday. Chapter 1439. Major General Hua, we recovered the black box from the military plane from the Wooding River near Rice City and restored the entire accident. Zhao Liangzi used a computer 3D model to simulate the situation for Hu Xiaoheng. The Wooding River was the small river that Hu Xiaoheng had attempted to land in. Later, the plane was hit by a missile, and he had parachuted in advance and ended up falling into the river. The wreckage of the destroyed military plane and the black box also fell into the river at the same time. It did not cause any damage to the local people. Hu Xiaoheng looked up at the big screen in front of him. Zhao Liangzi clicked the mouse and played it frame by frame. At 9:15 p.m., when your private plane encountered a hurricane in the air and was struck by lightning, there was a strong magnetic field that erased the magnetic field code that was continuously sent by the military plane. We all know that the air defense system identifies air weapons by relying on the internal model of the weapon, which is to determine the enemy and friendly by receiving the magnetic field code sent by the private plane. Because the internal model of your private plane was erased by the magnetic field, when the plane flew into the surveillance range of the air defense system over Rice City, the air defense system determined that your private plane was an enemy and not a friend, and gave your private plane a warning. Of course, your private plane had already lost the ability to communicate with the ground. It did not receive the warning from the ground air defense system and was unable to respond correctly. Instead, it continued to descend. According to the situation, Rice City's air defense system determined that your private plane's approach was an enemy invasion, so it directly activated the portable surface-to-air missile. This was also the first barrier of the base's air defense system. Zhao Liangzi pointed at the 3D simulation icon on the big screen with a laser pointer and spoke frankly. Hu Xiaoheng crossed his arms and listened to Zhao Liangzi's analysis without batting an eyelid. After a while, he interrupted him. Even so, didn't the commanders of Rice City's Air Defense Command Room make their own judgment? They should have received an emergency signal from the imperial capital at that time. That's the only problem. Zhao Liangzi nodded and said seriously, we believe that the Air Defense Command System personnel of Rice City are too reliant on the system's intelligent identification function and do not have appropriate emergency measures. The intelligence system of this system is actually very low level and can only perform simple scene processing. It can't handle slightly more complicated situations, such as your situation at that time. It can only mechanically execute the established procedures. Zhao Liangzi had been studying the artificial intelligence system on Gu Xiangwen's submarine for a while and had received a lot of inspiration. After seeing the amazing artificial intelligence on Gu Xiangwen's submarine, and then looking at the simple artificial intelligence of the Rice City's air defense system, it was like the difference between a primitive man who had just begun to evolve and a modern university graduate. They were on completely different levels. Yin Shixiang sat next to Hu Xiaoheng and snickered. So you're saying that this is the system's fault and not the fault of humans? You could say that. Zhao Liangzi set the model to play automatically and turned to look at Hu Xiaoheng. But ultimately, it's the fault of humans because the system was designed by humans. However, it also depended on whether it was intentional or not. These are two different things. If it was intentional, then someone wanted to kill Hu Xiaoheng. If he didn't have the ability, then it was Hu Xiaoheng's own bad luck to run into the system's gun. Hu Xiaoheng was deep in thought. He rested his chin on one hand and held a round gold coin in the other. His fingers moved slightly, and the round gold coin rolled around between his fingers, faintly discernible. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi looked at each other. They couldn't tell what Hu Xiaoheng was thinking. After a long time, Hu Xiaoheng slammed the round gold coin on the conference table and said, "Investigate them all." His gaze turned to Yin Shixiang. "You're in charge of investigating people." He then looked at Zhao Liangzi. "You're in charge of investigating the system." Hu Xiaoheng retracted his gaze and looked at the round gold coin in his hand. He said calmly, "I have a feeling that this matter isn't that simple." This was an intuition he had developed from years of missions. There was no need for him to explain how important the Rice City military base was. Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi knew it very well. Moreover, this year was a military parade every 10 days, and there would be a secret exercise after that. The people who came to attend the ceremony included almost all the high-ranking officials of the country. However, it was at this juncture that something like this suddenly happened. It was like a show of strength to them. If something went wrong with the system, the consequences would be unimaginable. This was a blatant provocation. Hua Xiaoheng was unconvinced. However, he didn't show it. After assigning tasks to Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi, he didn't stay idle. Yin Shixiang was in charge of investigating people, and Zhao Liangzi was in charge of investigating the system. Hua Xiaoheng focused his attention on the strong magnetic field that Zhao Liangzi had mentioned that had erased the model number of the private plane. If the hurricane that had suddenly appeared over the land wasn't particularly sudden, then the strong magnetic field that had appeared out of nowhere clearly showed that this storm wasn't a natural phenomenon, but a man-made one. However, the problem was that even if it was man-made, with their technical means, they wouldn't be able to reach that level to track the mastermind behind it. After Hua Xiaoheng processed the records on the black box, he sent the relevant information directly to Song Jining at the Institute of High Energy Physics. Song Jining was now a big shot in the Huaxia Empire's high-energy magnetic field research. Song Jining was very surprised when she received Hua Xiaoheng's call. What? A strong magnetic field that can erase the model number of the plane. Who is this? So vicious. The corners of Hua Xiaoheng's mouth twitched. If I knew, believe me, I would be more vicious than him. But the problem is, I don't know who did it. Xiaoheng, you can't be like this. Science and technology aren't used to fight and settle personal grudges. Song Jining didn't agree with Hua Xiaoheng's point of view and educated him earnestly. Hua Xiaoheng thought for a moment and slowly told Song Jining about his private plane's accident. Song Jining's eyes reddened when she heard it. She slapped the table hard and said, "Give me the information. I want to see who wants my son's life. I want him to die first." Didn't they say that science and technology weren't used to fight and settle personal grudges? Hua Xiaoheng curled the corners of his lips and comforted Song Jining seriously. "Miss Song, don't be so agitated. Your son is lucky. They won't be able to take him." If he hadn't been anxious, he wouldn't have told Song Jining about his accident. In order to make Song Jining take this matter seriously, Hua Xiaoheng had put in a lot of effort. As expected, Song Jining threw her advice to Hua Xiaoheng out of the window and said angrily, "No one can touch my family. If I remember correctly, this isn't the first time this strong magnetic field has appeared to take your life. If I can't find the mastermind behind this time, I don't deserve to be your mother." Hua Xiaoheng's throat tightened. He took a deep breath and said, "Miss Song, if you don't deserve to be my mother, who does?" This was the first time Song Jining had heard Hua Xiaoheng call her mother since she had woken up, and her eyes instantly turned red. She didn't speak for a long time. Finally, she picked up a tissue to wipe the corners of her eyes and whispered, "Okay, just you wait. I'll help you vent your anger." While Hua Xiaoheng was conducting an intense investigation at the Rai City military base, Gu Nianji was also working hard. Because Speaker Long had spoken and supported her, and Gu Nianji's abilities were obvious to all. In addition, her father, Gu Xiangwen, had just been exposed and was buried in the National Martyrs Cemetery. She was also the child of a martyr. She was respected and liked, and her work proceeded more smoothly than ever. Her chief lawyer's office was responsible for all law-related matters in the Senate, so she definitely wouldn't be able to do it alone. She had to have her own team. First, she agreed on the staffing from Speaker Long. The first semester would recruit 50 legal professionals and 20 office support members. They also required a law degree. Not only could the staff of the Senate sign up, but they could also be recruited from the public. As soon as the news came out, it blew up on the internet. Countless new law graduates treated this as a great opportunity. From undergraduate to master's and doctoral degrees, resumes flew to her office like snowflakes. Rong Mingxing was now her office director, and the #1 person on her team. She and Gu Nianji had been working together from dawn to dusk these past few days to screen resumes and pick out good candidates to prepare for the first round of written exams. Gu Nianji had designed a very complicated process for the recruitment of her office. First of all, Gu Nianji's office belonged to the Senate, so the people who came to recruit had to pass 3 rounds of written exams. These 3 rounds of written exams, according to the admission standards of the Senate, each exam score was top 50% of the people entered the next round. The last round of written exams was top 50% of the people directly entered the 3 rounds of written exams in the chief lawyer's office. The 3 rounds of written exams in the chief lawyer's office were professional tests, and only top 20% of the people entered the next round of written exams. After the last round of professional written exams, top 20% of the people entered the 3 rounds of interviews. After going through the entire recruitment process, as long as they were successfully hired, it would not only be a good test of the applicant's professional ability, but it would also be a huge test of their psychological endurance. Even if they weren't hired in the end, their entire mental outlook would be different. They had once climbed the highest peak and seen the most beautiful scenery. When they looked at the scenery at the foot of the mountain again, they would no longer be in fear and trepidation. Gu Nianji hoped that every exam would help those who were seeking jobs. In fact, after this, the recruitment process of the office of the Chief Legal Counsel of the Upper House of Parliament also became an important mark on the resume of the job seekers. This would make other employers look at them in a different light. The 2 of them worked overtime for more than 10 days and finally screened out the list of people who would enter the final round of interviews. There were more than 200,000 people who had signed up for the written exams, but in the end, only 240 people had entered the interview stage. In the last 3 rounds of interviews, 170 people would be eliminated, and only 70 people would be hired. In other words, the acceptance rate for the interviews was about 30%. But if all the people who had participated in the written exams were included, the acceptance rate was 3 in 10,000, which was more difficult than applying to any famous school. That night, the second round of interviews ended, and only 125 people were left to enter the final round of interviews. Gu Nianji and Rong Mingxing printed out the information of these 125 people from the computer and looked at the time. Tomorrow is the military parade. Everyone take a day off and watch TV at home. The time for the final round of interviews is set for the day after tomorrow. Gu Nianji signed her name on the document and said to Rong Mingxing, "I'll have to trouble Director Rong to send out the interview notice." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1428, I helped you vent your anger. Today was the last day of the double monthly votes in 2017. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Yesterday's monthly votes were too awesome, so there must be 3 updates today. The second update at 1:00 in the afternoon and the third update at 8:00 in the evening. Mwah. Chapter 1440. Rong Mingxing nodded with a smile. You're welcome, Lawyer Gu. I'll send the notice right away. Gu Nianji printed out the notice and said carefully, in order to let the interviewees know in time, in addition to announcing the final interview list on the website, we will also use email, text message, and registered mail to inform the interviewees. That way, there shouldn't be any omissions. Because it was already the 3rd round of interviews, these applicants had already come from all over the country to stay in the imperial capital. The registered mail from the same city express would ensure that the notice would be delivered to these people in time. In fact, the interview notice was also one of their credentials to attend the interview. Rong Mingxing put the notice into an envelope one by one, labeled it, and said, after sending it out, I'll send the email receipt, text message receipt, and registered mail receipt to your email for archiving. There's no need to call to inform, so it'll be less troublesome. Gu Nianji helped her label it and said, well, there are too many phone scams these days, so we don't have to call to inform the other party directly for the interview. Yes, we've already written online that there won't be phone calls, and our office won't charge anyone for the recruitment. Anyone who collects money under the guise of the office is a scammer. In the end, there are still people who are deceived. Rong Mingxing sighed and shook her head. Don't they know what the results of the exam are? Gu Nianji sorted the labeled registered letters one by one and said without looking up, we won't hire anyone like this. They don't even have the basic qualifications to work if they can't even see through this trick of a scammer. Scammers could deceive people either by taking advantage of people's sympathy or their greed. The former was impossible to guard against, but the latter could be avoided. If they couldn't resist the latter, then they really weren't suitable for their job. Even if they did, there would be big problems in the future. Rong Mingxing sealed the last notice into the envelope and said softly, there's nothing we can do about it. University students who have just graduated from school have never seen such a thing before. They learn from their mistakes. Wasn't I also bossed around by Special Assistant Yang back then? In the end, I was the one who went astray. Gu Nianji smiled at her. No one is a saint. Who doesn't err? It's good that you know your mistakes and can change. Rong Mingxing smiled embarrassedly and asked Gu Nianji curiously, Lawyer Gu, have you also made mistakes? Gu Nianji thought about it. I've also been deceived. It wasn't a loss of property, but the consequences were more serious. He almost lost his life. Rong Mingxing glanced at her. Seeing that she didn't want to say more, she didn't ask in detail. She smiled and said, then someone must have used your sympathy, right? Gu Nianji raised her eyebrows playfully and said, you're not taking advantage of my sympathy, but of my infatuation. Ha! Rong Mingxing almost laughed out loud. Really? You already have Major General Hu, so why are you infatuated with someone else? How good-looking he must be. Gu Nianji smiled but said nothing. Wasn't it because of the infatuated Hu Xiaoheng that she had been tricked into going to the Königssee in Germany? After finishing her work, Gu Nianji looked at her watch. It was already past 8:00 at night. She turned off the computer and said with a smile, I can get off work early today. These days, she and Rong Mingxing had not left the Senate building before 10:00 in the evening. Rong Mingxing also smiled and said, when I was in school, I thought that going to work was enough and that I didn't need to study at night. Now I know that after going to work, there are only more requirements than studying at night. That's true. Gu Nianji nodded slightly. She had come to Hu Xiaoheng's side at the age of 12 and had been studying with a specially hired teacher in the Special Operations Forces. It wasn't until she passed the internal exam at the age of 17 that she went straight to the C University Faculty of Law to skip a grade and enter her third year. She graduated from university at the age of 18 and graduated with a master's degree at the age of 19. Thinking about it, she actually still had some regrets in her life. She had less years of student life than others. Walking out of the Senate building with Rong Mingxing, Gu Nianji looked up at the night sky. The moon tonight wasn't very bright. It was shrouded in dark yellow clouds and was hazy. Even the stars beside it seemed listless. Gu Nianji yawned and saw that Xiao Ye's car had already arrived. She said to Rong Mingxing, let's go, I'll take you back. These days, she and Rong Mingxing had worked overtime together. She was the one who sent Rong Mingxing back. She had a car anyway. However, Rong Mingxing shook her head today. No need, Lawyer Gu. It's still early today. I still want to go shopping and buy something. It was only past 8:00, and the major shopping malls hadn't closed yet. She had to replenish her daily necessities and buy some food at home. She had been working overtime these past few days and was about to vomit from eating takeout. Gu Nianji watched Rong Mingxin get on the bus before getting into her car. Xiao Yi skillfully turned the steering wheel and drove Gu Nianji onto the highway. Gu Nianji rested her chin on her hand as she looked out the window at the night sky. She silently thought about Hu Xiaoheng and really wanted to call him. But she also knew that Hu Xiaoheng was very busy right now. Tomorrow was the military parade, and the Rai City military base was completely sealed off. Not long ago, everyone's phones had been taken away and no one was allowed to use their phones. Gu Nianji could only call Hu Xiaoheng through the landline. She couldn't even say a few words before something happened. After calling once, Gu Nianji stopped calling. Hu Xiaoheng would be back in a few days anyway. Tomorrow was the military parade and exercise. Hu Xiaoheng would be back in the imperial capital the day after tomorrow. Gu Nianji was in a surprisingly good mood. She turned to look at Xiao Yi with a smile. Seeing that she was in a good mood, she was about to tease her when she suddenly heard her phone ring. It was so late. Who was calling her? Gu Nianji didn't really want to pick it up, but the other party's ringtone rang again and again. She still took her phone out of her handbag. When she saw the number, her heart skipped a beat. This was the phone number of the Rai City military base. She had called before. It was the phone number of Hu Xiaoheng's dormitory. Was it really Major General Hua? Gu Nianji quickly swiped open the call and asked in surprise, "Major General Hua, is that you?" Hu Xiaoheng was sitting on the windowsill of the officers' dormitory at the Rai City military base. There was a bottle of beer in front of him and a cigarette in his hand. He took a puff and exhaled a mouthful of white smoke. His eyes were red from the heat. Today was the day before the military parade, and tomorrow would be the military parade and exercise. Everything was ready. The system was normal, and the personnel investigation was normal. However, he still felt that something was wrong. After such a big mess, everything was normal now. Even if their skills hadn't reached this level, they couldn't be treated as fools. However, they couldn't find anything really useful. Hu Xiaoheng was in a bad mood and didn't have dinner that night. He took a bottle of beer back to the dormitory and chased away Yin Shixiang, who was poking his head out. Only then could he have some peace and quiet. He held the dormitory's landline phone. He wanted to call Song Jining and ask her how the investigation was going, but his fingers didn't listen to him. He automatically dialed Gu Nianji's cell phone number. Now that he heard Gu Nianji's soft voice of surprise, he smiled and felt much better. "Yes, I just got off work." Hu Xiaoheng stretched his long legs and narrowed his eyes. "What about you? What are you doing at home?" Gu Nianji smiled. "I just got off work too. I'm on my way home." Hu Xiaoheng looked at his watch. It was almost 9 o'clock in the evening. So busy. He frowned and habitually cared about Gu Nianji. "What did you eat tonight? You have to eat on time. You can't miss anything." Gu Nianji nodded obediently. "Got it. I had a good dinner. I ordered takeout. There was soup, meat, and vegetables. I also ate 2 crab meatballs." Hu Xiaoheng grunted. "Good girl." Gu Nianji, his perfunctory tone sounded so harsh. Gu Nianji looked at the dusky night outside the car window and asked quietly, "What's wrong?" "Hu Xiao, something's on your mind." She could feel Hu Xiaoheng's depression and bad mood. Hu Xiaoheng wasn't surprised that Gu Nianji could feel his mood. She was one of the few people who could directly sense his emotions. Perhaps it was because he subconsciously didn't guard against her, so she could feel the change in his mood. Hu Xiaoheng took another drag of his cigarette and suddenly said, "Nianji, I was almost hit by a missile half a month ago." Gu Nianji's smile froze on her face when she suddenly heard Hu Xiaoheng mention it. Her heart stopped for 3 seconds. The world was still and silent. She could only hear Hu Xiaoheng's voice on the phone. It sounded like it came from the distant horizon. After a long time, Gu Nianji finally found her voice and said quietly, "You're finally willing to tell me these things." Hu Xiaoheng closed his eyes. He held the phone in one hand and held a cigarette in the other. He said dryly, "There's nothing I can't tell you. I just don't want you to worry." "Then what are you going to say now? Aren't you afraid that I'll continue to worry?" Gu Nianji smiled, and her voice became more and more mellow. Xiao Yi felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. Gu Nianji was talking to Major General Hua. She was too much of an eyesore. Xiao Yi hurriedly got off the highway and parked the car by the side of the road. She said, "I'm going to buy something." She ran into the convenience store by the side of the road. Gu Nianji sat in the car under the lights and whispered to Hu Xiaoheng. Hu Xiaoheng heard Xiao Ye's voice. "Xiao Yi sent you home." Gu Nianji nodded. She got out of the car and went to the convenience store now. Hu Xiaoheng's expression was calm. "If you're tired, you can go back. I have to go to the command room later and check it one last time." Gu Nianji's heart ached for him. She wanted him to have a good rest, but she also knew that if he didn't have something on his mind, he wouldn't have called her at this hour. "Okay, you have to take care of yourself too." Gu Nianji reminded him like a competent wife. "If there's anything troublesome that doesn't affect your confidentiality, you can tell me. Even if I can't help you solve your problems, I have a pair of ears that I can lend to you." Hu Xiaoheng slowly raised his head. He could imagine Gu Nianji's current appearance. Her big eyes were filled with deep affection as she rubbed against his body. It was so sweet that he wanted to bite her a few times. This was the second update of the day, Chapter 1429, Hearts Connected. Today was the last day of the double monthly votes in 2017. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Yesterday's monthly votes were too awesome. There must be 3 updates today. At 8:00 in the evening, the third update. Mwah. Chapter 1441. As Hu Xiaoheng thought about Gu Nianji, he lowered his head slightly and curled his lips. His mood actually improved. In fact, the matter was still unresolved, but it was no longer depressing. Everything should be fine now. Hu Xiaoheng retracted his hand and stood up from the windowsill. He tossed the cigarette into the trash can. It's just a few lines of code. That time was probably an accident. What code? Gu Nianji wanted to talk more with him, so she asked another question. Hu Xiaoheng thought for a moment and told her about how the missiles at the Rise City military base had mistaken his private plane for an enemy plane. He then said, "I really want to improve the code for them, but this isn't something that can be done in a short period of time. I can only report it after the military parade." When Gu Nianji heard this, she felt that this situation was familiar. She frowned and muttered. "Are you sure that the strong magnetic field erased the code of your private jet?" "It's not, no, there's an intelligent programming language mixed in the code of your air defense system." Listening to Hu Xiaoheng's recount, everything else was reasonable. The only thing that didn't make sense was that the people in the base's air defense command room had already discovered the mistake, but they couldn't cancel the operation. Hu Xiaoheng had always felt that something was wrong about this, but he couldn't find anything wrong with the code no matter how hard he tried. Until Gu Nianji's words broke the mystery. As if enlightened, Hu Xiaoheng threw the beer bottle in his hand into the trash can. "I get it now." He hung up the phone and ran to the Air Defense Command room. Gu Nianji's words reminded him of Hong Kong Quan. At the time, the director of the Secret Service, Hong Kong-Kwan, had taken advantage of the fact that Hu Xiaoheng was not in the Hua Xia Empire to mix 4 lines of the Prologue AI programming language into the code of the Special Operations Force's Central Control Room to hide Hong Kongquan's whereabouts. That was how he had managed to repeatedly evade the Special Operations Force's search. It wasn't until he took the risk and killed someone for Tan Dongbang's wife, Kai Song-yin, that he was exposed. That time, it was also Gu Nianji who had helped them find the 4 culprits. Countless thoughts flashed through Hu Xiaoheng's mind. Could it be that the matter with Hong Kong-Kwan was still not over? He had originally thought that Hong Kong-Kwan had been instructed by the Americans, and that the 4 lines of intelligent programming code had come from the US military. However, from the looks of it now, it might not have been the Americans. Because the Americans did not have such powerful means. Who could it be? Hu Xiaoheng went to the computer in the Air Defense Command room and called Zhao Liangzi over. I found the direction. Hu Xiaoheng opened the software that Gu Nianji had used to search for intelligent programming codes. He saved it on a floppy disk and inserted it into the computer's mainframe. Now, use this program to search the entire code system. Immediately use our special channels to establish contact with the central control system in the imperial capital. I want to use the central control system to take over all the automatic control systems here and conduct an investigation. Because their time was limited, they only had 12 hours from now until the end of the parade tomorrow. Therefore, they had to borrow the powerful processing power of the central control system processor to conduct the search. Zhao Liangzi came over to take a look and was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Another intelligent programming language. This base has such a broken AI system, how could it have such an advanced AI programming language? This is the enemy's cunning. The lower the level of our AI system, the more they'll be able to stealthily stir up trouble. Hu Xiaoheng replied calmly, this is the only direction. If I still can't find anything, then I'm just overthinking it. Zhao Liangzi had brought a lot of electronic equipment this time, enough to support a server group in the field during wartime. He called In Shixiang over, and the two of them set up the system in a flurry and began to establish a connection with the central control room. This base only had a local area network, but it also had the ability to contact the outside world. Hu Xiaoheng had already begun to use software to detect it. Not long after, the central control room in the imperial capital had established a connection with this side. They took over the system and began to operate the investigation at the same time. Zhao Liangzi and Hu Xiaoheng performed their respective duties and stared at the computer screen without blinking. Time passed by minute. At 8:00 the next morning, when the military parade began, Hu Xiaoheng still hadn't found any suspicious codes. The intelligent programming language that Gu Nianji had reminded him of was nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they were really overthinking? Because of his doubts, he didn't go to the rostrum to sit with General Ji and the others for the parade. Instead, he stayed in front of the computer system in the Air Defense Command room with Zhao Liangzi and In Shixiao, racking his brains to retrieve the system code. After checking line by line, they were about to reach the last area. At that moment, the software's alarm program finally started. The beeping sound instantly filled the small Air Defense Command room. Hu Xiaoheng took a closer look and indeed found a few lines of intelligent programming language. He quickly copied the few lines of program, put them into the flash drive, and opened it with another laptop to check carefully. As soon as he checked, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The intelligent programming language that he found this time was much more advanced than the 4 lines of intelligent programming language that Hong Kong-Kwan had found last time. If the 4 lines of intelligent programming language the last time were still in the second-year stage, then the intelligent programming language this time was already in the 4th-year stage. Artificial intelligence that was completely mature made people shudder just thinking about it. Hu Xiaoheng's palms were sweating. He quickly typed in lines of instructions on the laptop and finally isolated the lines of intelligent programming language. An hour passed, and the military parade was about to end. Then, it was time for the exercise. This time, the exercise would have a coordinated battle between land and air, and the missiles would all be real. Hu Xiaoheng hurriedly connected to the system control of the exercise troops and directly searched the air defense system. An hour passed. When the troops were in position, the guns were loaded, and the shells were aimed at the target. Wait! How could the coordinates here be the rostrum? Hu Xiaoheng rubbed his eyes and looked over again. The coordinates set by the surface-to-air missile were indeed the rostrum. He quickly pressed the button to cancel the coordinates. As expected, the system was in a state of out of control again. Just like the personnel in the Air Defense Command room at that time, they wanted to cancel the automatic targeting of the missiles aimed at his private plane, but they couldn't do so no matter what. This was the intelligent programming language at work again. Hu Xiaoheng now knew the reason and understood how to deal with it. He calmly typed a few lines of instructions, specifically targeting the keywords of the intelligent programming language. Lock, ban, and then delete them. Line after line of code was checked. Just as the air defense forces were about to take action, Hu Xiaoheng finally cleared all the intelligent programming language. Boom! There was a gunshot outside the window, and the shuttle-like light missile accurately hit the target it was supposed to hit. General Ji, Speaker Long, and Prime Minister Bai on the rostrum smiled happily and applauded. The rostrum was fine, they were safe. Hu Xiaoheng's heart, which had been in his throat, finally relaxed. All of you, continue to monitor all the exercises. If there are any abnormal phenomena, immediately run the program in the system. Hu Xiaoheng embedded Gu Nianji's small program into the detection template of the central control system. It could be checked and killed at any time. If the other party had any other intelligent programming languages, as soon as they appeared, they would be mercilessly deleted by this small program. On the exercise ground, there were crackling gunshots, rumbling cannons, and billowing smoke. The cheers were like the waves of the sea that lasted for a long time. Hu Xiaoheng's full attention was attracted by the exercise. He looked down from the tall tower of the Air Defense Command room. The corners of his lips curled up slightly, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. At the same time, the entire country was watching the military parade and the exercise in front of their televisions. This fully enclosed maneuver was an eye-opener for everyone. On the day of the military parade, almost everyone was watching television or watching videos on their phones. Gu Nianji didn't go to work that day. They had worked overtime for so long, so they took a day off today. They would go to work tomorrow and go to the Senate for the final round of interviews. Shi and Xiao Yi had prepared a lot of snacks. They sat on the sofa on the left and right, smiling as they watched the grand military parade on the 60-inch television in front of them, as well as the exercise that was as popular as a war movie. From time to time, they would discuss a few words and enjoy themselves. This was today's third update, Chapter 1430, Enlightenment. Today was the last day of the double monthly votes in 2017. Everyone, hurry up and cast your monthly votes. Yesterday's monthly votes were too awesome. Today, you must have 3 updates. Mwah. Chapter 1442. The military parade was over, and the footage of the exercise was broadcasted. Gu Nianji's eyes widened. She wanted to see Hu Xiaoheng's figure on the rostrum, but no matter how hard she looked, she couldn't find his dignified figure or his handsome, masculine, solemn and calm face. Where did he hide? Gu Nianji muttered and changed her position on the sofa. Xiao Yi held a plate of raisins and ate them one by one. She smiled and said, "Stop looking." He's definitely not on the stage. Perhaps he was watching this grand military parade and exercise from a corner. If the people of the Special Operations Forces wanted to hide, no one would be able to find them. On the television screen, smoke billowed, and the sound of gunfire became louder. This time, the closed-door exercise was supposed to be broadcast live online, but for some reason, it was cancelled. Only the Imperial Capital television station was able to get some footage of the exercise and broadcast it on the television station. Although they knew that the angle was chosen to deter the foreign armed forces that were eyeing them covetously, the wonderful content was still too much for the eyes to take in. Bismarck, the German Prime Minister, once said that the truth was only within the range of the cannon. Today, there were only 3 great truths in the world: Dongfeng, Baiyang, and the militia. They were the names of the strategic nuclear missiles owned by the Huaxia Empire, Russia, and the United States respectively. Today, they were fortunate enough to witness the greatest truth of the Huaxia Empire, Dongfeng, 31 AG. Of course, the greatest truth couldn't be used during the exercise, but pulling it out for a spin was enough to excite people. Everyone's attention was on the military base in Rice City. All the equipment and surveillance cameras were also aimed at the military base in Rice City. Because of the dangerous situation they had discovered earlier, they had doubled the surveillance cameras there. The sound of the television was transmitted through the high-quality stereo surround sound system and echoed in the living room. It was as if a large handful of fireworks had been set off in front of their house, filling their ears. So much so that they didn't hear the elevator at the door that could only be used by residents to get up and down quietly stop on their floor. Looking at the direction of the elevator button, it was coming down from upstairs. Hu Xiaoheng had chosen this apartment complex on the 3rd Ring Road because it was high-end and had excellent privacy protection. There was one household on each floor, and the elevator went straight into the house. Other than the residents with the access card, no one could stay on their floor. He didn't expect that this excellent protection of privacy was also a double-edged sword. The elevator door opened, and 4 unattractive men dressed in black walked out. The first thing the leader did was raise his hand and fire a shot at the camera Gu Nianji had installed at the door. The silent pistol made a muffled bang, and the camera shattered. Xiao Yi, who was in the room, keenly sensed that something was amiss. She listened carefully, but it seemed that she couldn't hear anything. She glanced at the monitor next to her hand. She could see the surroundings of the apartment from here. The monitor was still showing the scene from 5 minutes ago. She stared at the time on the monitor for a while and felt that something was wrong. Just as she was about to go to the door to check, she heard the doorbell ring. Gu Nianji also heard it. She turned her head and asked in confusion, "Why would someone ring the doorbell at this hour?" "Xiao Yi, is she your friend?" Other than Hu Xiaoheng and He Zhichu, the only people who knew her address and could still come up were probably Xiao Yi and the people from the Special Operations Forces, such as Yin Shixiang and Zhao Liangzi. Xiao Yi shook her head and became even more vigilant. She stood up and silently scurried to the door like a cat. She peeked through the peephole. Xiao Yi was even more confused when she saw 4 men wearing sunglasses and black clothes standing at the door. She was about to ask when the person waiting at the door seemed to be impatient. He took out a gun and fired a few shots at the door lock. Xiao Yi ran back and grabbed Gu Nianji from the sofa. She pushed her into the bedroom and hid. "Take the gun and find a place to hide. Call the police. No matter what you hear, don't make a sound." Xiao Yi pulled out a gun from her thigh and stuffed it into Gu Nianji's hand. Then, she closed the door tightly. She rushed to the living room and found a place to hide. As she loaded the gun, she took out her phone and began to contact the Special Operations Forces. She knew that other than herself, Hu Xiaoheng had also arranged for Gu Nianji to be protected in secret. Although it was a military parade today, there should be people on duty. However, after dialing for a long time, she couldn't get a single signal. Xiao Ye's heart pounded. Electromagnetic shielding. These people had actually set up electromagnetic shielding. Then the surveillance cameras must have been destroyed by them. If the news couldn't get out, no matter how many arrangements Xiaoying made, it would be useless. What should she do? Xiaoyi made a decision in an instant. She closed her eyes. Her 29-year-old life flashed before her eyes. After so many years of risking life and death, it wasn't as dangerous as this one. She had never thought that the most dangerous situation she would face would be in Gu Nianji's house, in a high-class apartment on the third ring road of the imperial capital. Xiaoyi turned around and kicked open the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. At the same time, she fired. If the electromagnetic signal couldn't be sent out, she wanted the commotion here to be heard. However, after firing a few shots, she realized that the balcony was actually equipped with fully enclosed bulletproof glass. Her volley of bullets only made a few cracks in the balcony glass. From the moment Xiaoyi made her decision to the moment the other party finally broke through the door, it seemed like only a moment had passed, but it also seemed like a long time had passed. When Xiaoyi turned around, a man had already pounced on her. He grabbed her hand that was firing and pulled it down. He raised his knee and broke her wrist. Then, he kicked her horizontally. With a crack, Xiaoyi's calf was broken by his kick. Xiaoyi's bones were also hard. She was in so much pain that cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She didn't even make a sound. The other party seemed to be surprised by her stubbornness and loosened his grip slightly. Xiaoyi fell to the ground at a strange angle with a thud. One of her hands was soft and collapsed, and her wrist was almost 180 degrees. Needless to say, the broken calf couldn't support her body at all. The man walked around the room and glanced at the tightly closed door of the bedroom. He turned back to look at Xiaoyi, who was lying on the ground. He said calmly, "Miss Gu, I know you're here. If you come out, I'll let her go." He held the gun in his hand and aimed it at Xiaoyi, who was lying on the ground. He raised his hand to look at his watch. They had been preparing for this plan for nearly half a year, but they only had less than 10 minutes to wait for this opportunity. 10 minutes later, the other party would realize that the surveillance here had failed and would immediately send someone over. At that time, it would be questionable whether they would be able to escape. Gu Nianji was trembling in fear in the bedroom. This wasn't the first time she had faced this situation. The first time, she had seen 2 Special Operations Forces field agents killed in the small forest in Germany. This time, she was going to watch Xiaoyi die in front of her again. "Miss Gu, we didn't mean to hurt you. You know, if we wanted you to die, we could have blown up the Parliament building or the apartment building." The man spoke as if he was strolling leisurely. His hands weren't idle either. With a bang, he shot Xiaoyi's other wrist that wasn't broken and broke it as well. Xiaoyi let out a low growl and bit her lower lip until it bled. Gu Nianji lay in the crack of the bedroom door and watched the scene with wide eyes. She saw the blood flowing out of Xiaoyi's wrist and staining the milky white carpet red. She didn't know how many times she had called, but not only could she not send a text message, but she also couldn't make a phone call. Electromagnetic shielding. These people had actually used electromagnetic shielding to deal with her. Gu Nianji really didn't know what she had done to make these people go to such extremes. Still not coming out. Okay, I'll count to 10. Every time I count, I'll shoot until she's dead. As the man spoke, he aimed the gun in his hand at Xiaoyi and coldly fired one shot after another. First her left arm, then her right arm, then her left thigh, her left calf, her right thigh, and her right calf. Xiaoyi let out a scream that she was caught off guard. She couldn't tolerate being shot in the bone even if she wanted to. Screaming was a human's instinct when fighting against pain. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, there was only one shot left. The man's gun was aimed at Xiao Ye's head. Xiao Ye's entire body was covered in blood. She lay on the snow-white carpet that was already stained red with blood. It was bright red, as if she was wearing a bright red evening gown. She had been shot more than once in all 4 limbs, and her injuries looked very serious. Even if she didn't die, she might be crippled for life. Her face was facing Gu Nianji's direction. Her eyes were closed, and her beautiful face was as pale as a dead person's. She looked like a porcelain sculpture, without a trace of life. Her long legs, which had once been able to jump and kill people, might never be able to stand up again. Gu Nianji covered her mouth with her hand. Tears fell like rain in the bedroom. She finally couldn't take it anymore. Xiao Yi had used her own life to save her, and she could also use her own life to save her. She pointed the loaded gun at her head with one hand and pushed open the bedroom door. Gu Nianji said coldly, "Stop. If you shoot again, I'll shoot too." She knew that the other party really wanted to capture her alive, so her threat to commit suicide was the most effective. Just like what that person had said, if they only wanted her dead, there was no need to torture Xiao Yi to death. They could just throw a bomb into the house, and she and Xiao Yi would definitely die. Since the other party was afraid of hurting her, she could only use her life to threaten the other party. She had no other choice. Besides, even if the other party was lying, what chance did she have of winning? Xiao Yi had asked her to hide in the bedroom. She had probably thought that if they called the police immediately, the people from the Special Operations Forces would arrive immediately. At most, the 2 of them would sacrifice Xiao Ye's life to buy time for her. However, Xiao Yi had underestimated the other party's methods and had misjudged Gu Nianji. Gu Nianji had never been the kind of person who would watch others die for her. The deaths of the 2 Special Operations Forces field agents in Germany were already her nightmare. How could those 2 people compare to Xiao Ye's relationship with her? The 4 of them looked relieved when they saw Gu Nianji walk out of the bedroom. The man with the gun even immediately threw his gun to the ground and spread his hands. He smiled at her and said, "See, I keep my word. Miss Gu, don't be afraid. We're not bad people. We're here to take you home." This was the first update of the day, Chapter 1431, Take You Home. It was 2018 today, and they could still vote for their monthly votes. It was still double the monthly votes. This year would be busier, and the time available was really limited, so the threshold for monthly votes was raised a little. During the double period, the monthly votes would be 1,000 plus 1 update. During the single period, the monthly votes would be 500 plus 1 update. There would be 1 update a day. If there was an additional update, it would be at 8:00 at night. There would be an additional update at 8:00 tonight. Mwah! You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.